I will call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the June 7th, 2023 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina exists and owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of Council and Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. Reminder, videos and microphones off unless you're speaking, and then turn them both on, please. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Please note, at the call of the chair, the order of the agenda will change as follows. Public Notice Report CM 23-21, Eastern Pressure Solution Funding will be considered first, after which Council will consider Public Notice Report CR 23-69, 2022 Annual Debt Report. We'll then resume the agenda order as published. I believe this is due to the nature of the public notice. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes for May 24th, 2023, meeting of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Vendora, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, carried. Public notice reports. We'll now consider item CM 23-21, Eastern Pressure Solution Funding. And I'll have a member of administration introduce the report. You know you're pointing at each other, right?
Through. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. As a precursor to hearing this report, we have Ms. Dawson, Mr. Doney, and Mr. Jedlick here to do a presentation in relation to the EPS project.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Bredin. Who would like to go? All right. Ms. Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. We're going to share this presentation, and if there's any questions, we can take them after. So up on the screen, you'll see is the current growth phasing plan, and this forms part of the city's official community plan. The planning process for this was publicly launched in 2011 and completed in 2013. That was during a period of robust population growth. The plan envisions growth in dense urban form with the promotion of complete communities as well as live-work environments in neighborhoods. In 2013, the major assumption was that the city would continue to grow with office jobs in the downtown, and these office jobs would be centered around oil, potash, and agriculture, as well as the Crowns and our government businesses. All the infrastructure solutions were focused on the residential growth. The first growth target that we had outlined in the plan was a 300,000 population, and the second growth target being the 500,000 population. This is a continuation on the premise that Regina was grown concentrically from downtown, resulting in a classic urban form. The financing and phasing plan is where our policy of growth pays for growth comes from. Development was sequenced according to the phasing plan to number one, use existing capacity in the city's infrastructure network, and number two, as a way to accommodate and finance future sequential growth. The infrastructure that was planned using the phasing plan here are water, wastewater, and transportation. As you've been previously made aware, our servicing agreement fee model, which is a financing plan that uses a single fee based on hectarage of land development, which is paid by developer for capital projects, needs some work. Growth has been slower than anticipated in the model, and a comprehensive review of this SAF model is being done right now to help us find a path forward. During this review, we're also considering what is driving growth today and into the future. So new growth drivers is on our next slide. Our current OCP policy implies a balance between employment and residential land should be achieved, but the servicing of major employment lands wasn't the focus of our infrastructure plans. Based on the work of EDR, we see major opportunities in employment in the ag, processing, and food security sectors. There are opportunities such as the FCL Integrated Ag Complex and the joint venture with AGT. There are Viterra and Cargill canola crush plants, as well as other opportunities in the GTH, opportunities with First Nation landowners and our regional partners. So in short, we know the city and the Greater Regina area are growing differently than our plan envisioned a decade ago. So what can we do? We believe that water and wastewater need to support industrial development. Our regional partners, our First Nation economic growth, as well as our residential growth and our complete community model. Right now, there are many employment opportunities that simply don't fit into our timing and sequencing of our infrastructure and our growth plan. Water and wastewater are critical. The first change that we need to do is to stop thinking about our infrastructure capacity in terms of population growth. The original 300K strategies do not meet the location or the volume needed to support this type of employment growth that we truly want to see in the region. The second change is acknowledging that we have significant investment through the Sask Water raw water line to Regina. So this is significant provincial investment into wet processing, and it's an opportunity for our city. The EPS report that you're going to be discussing in a minute provides the potable water solution for Regina. Wastewater is our next focus. We need to work together to make these changes happen. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Doney to go into the infrastructure plans and provide comments related to the challenges and opportunities respecting water and wastewater.
Thanks, Ms. Dawson. So I've got a number of slides here to walk you through what has been done and what is happening in the future. And so we created our water and wastewater master plans about 5 years ago, and they were based on that first growth plan that Ms. Autumn has outlined. And when we talk about the 300,000 equivalent population, that is really assuming a certain mix of residential and industrial building. And that is not necessarily what we're seeing in the future. And so as an example, an industrial wet processing complex can take 5,000 to 10,000 equivalent population compared to a dry complex that does not have a lot of processing needs. So it's really different when we come to the conversations about what's needed for water and wastewater. And the other big assumption was that in our water master plan is that all the water would be treated water from Buffalo Pound. We've got an opportunity that I'll present to you that is occurring right now with Sask Water that is really good for the whole region. The report that is before you and that we're asking for you to make a decision on is the Eastern Pressure Solution. And that is part of the water master plan that was conducted to look at the city's long-term water distribution network to accommodate growth. The development, this project is required because of growth occurring in the city, whether it's on the edges of the city or densification. It is important to have this project proceed so we can continue to grow and intensify. We estimate that the project needs to be online by about 2026 to not have a negative impact on growth. I'll show you another slide here that really puts it into perspective. So this slide here is our water hydraulic model. On the left-hand side is the 2020 or approximately current day situation. The red nodes are pressure deficiencies in a really hot day like today when you go home at 5 o'clock and everyone's watering their grass. Where the red nodes are, they do not have the pressure that you would expect to come out of their pipes. And so what that means is that eventually that will expand to the right map, which is primarily a lot of the east side of the city. And the challenge is that pressure is one thing, and that is a level of service that we try to achieve. But as that pressure drops, we start to impact the health and safety of residents and fire flow, which is a no-go situation. If we can't provide fire flow, we cannot develop. And so it's really important that we plan for growth with respect to our water system. And as you can see here, we need to expand our water system to be able to accommodate growth. And the solution that we have for that is on our next slide, which is the decision before you today about the Eastern Pressure Solution. And so this project is designed and tendered and ready to be awarded. It is the largest drinking water project that we have planned for a very long time. The pump station, there will be a pump station built and 1 or 2 reservoirs will be included in the contract. And as you can see, it's expandable to up to 5 reservoirs. So this will be the hub of our drinking water system in the future. The pump station will also be expandable to accommodate up to the 500,000 population. So this is step 1 of many steps that will occur over the next number of years and decades. And just to touch on the financing of the EPS, and then a lot more detail in the report, of course, is that it was assumed that the Eastern Pressure Solution would be 100% funded by development charges based on our current policy. But as we've been informed, there's not enough cash right now to pay for that, and so there's a few options available to provide a source of financing. What the city's recommending is the city's cash and investment assets. The other options that were looked at was redirecting funds from other capital projects, debt, and any third-party funding. And so we are also recommending reducing the scope of the project to have one reservoir instead of two to reduce the overall cost. And the administration would return to council at a future date seeking debt approval for the project of up to $100 million if the city's debt limit was increased. Or if the debt limit is not increased, we would return to talk about which projects or programs could be deferred over the next 5 years to allow financing to proceed. Like I've mentioned, there's a huge opportunity in front of us. And so what you see here is the rough outline of what Sask Water is currently designing and tendering. And that is a non-potable water line that will come from Buffalo Pound to the city of Regina. You can see the green line that goes around the city to service some of the northeast industrial development, and the orange line to go down to the GTH. So this water line is really beneficial for the city of Regina and the area because it allows industry to access water that meets their needs, which is non-potable, at a much cheaper rate than the city of Regina's drinking water because it's not being treated by Buffalo Pound. Just to give you context of how much water is coming to the city of Regina, the phase 1 of Sask Water's line is going to bring about 1/5 of the daily flow that the city of Regina pumps every day through our pipes. And so it's about 20 megaliters. We pump about 80 megaliters a day in the wintertime to all of our residents. So that's a significant amount. And about 75% of that is already allocated to planned industrial growth. So whether it's the Viterra or the FCL, AGT, or the Cargill, that's allocated to those individuals already. Sask Water has a plan to do phase 2, which would bring that up to about 40 megaliters, or half of our daily flow to the city of Regina. So that is a significant amount of water. That decision has not been made by Sask Water, but they are planning to consider that in the future if industry does continue to signal that they are looking to come to the city of Regina. So huge opportunities for us. It's positive because we're not supplying drinking water to these industries unnecessarily. We as a larger community are providing non-potable water. And so we're really fortunate that we've worked with the province over the last year to make this work. Obviously lots of logistics and pipeline corridors to allow this to proceed. But like Ms. Dawson mentioned, there's still more work to do. And so our next steps and recommendations are to proceed with awarding and constructing the Eastern Pressure Solution so we can provide potable drinking water to residents for the long term. Continue to collaborate with Sask Water on the non-potable water. And we need to proceed with serviceability studies to investigate wastewater solutions. So with the amount of water that's coming to the city of Regina, potable and non-potable, there's going to be a significant amount of wastewater that needs to be accommodated. The devil is in details as we work with the industry. Not all of their industrial water turns into wastewater, depending on their process, but a lot of it does. And so obviously we have a wastewater treatment plant on the west side of the city that we are working to consider expanding that to meet the 300,000 population, but we need to do more than that to accommodate the industrial growth long term. And so we will work out plans to determine what has to happen on the east side of the city to accommodate the large industrial growth in the future, whether that's a collection point and pumping to the existing wastewater treatment plant or a second wastewater treatment plant. Those serviceability studies need to occur as soon as possible so we can start to put those plans in place and be ready for growth when it is knocking on our doorstep. And so that's an outline of the opportunity that's before us. We're here to take questions about the larger opportunities and obviously lots of questions about the actual Eastern Pressure Solution project, which is the actual report that's before you, and looking for a decision on that. I'll turn it back to Ms. Bryden to actually introduce the Eastern Pressure Solution report.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Doney. So as just presented, the Eastern Pressure Solution, or EPS, has been identified as a key project for ensuring there is appropriate water storage and water pressure in our city for now and into the future. The project involves building a pump station and reservoirs that will primarily serve East Regina and allow development to continue citywide. Without this project, development anywhere within the city would continue to impact the ability to provide adequate water service to East Regina, and I think that that's a really important note. So regardless of where development occurs in the city, if it's in the intensification area, in a greenfield area, this project is needed in order to ensure that we can provide adequate water. Now the tough stuff. City Council approved a multi-year budget for EPS totaling $109 million as part of the 2019 budget process. The work on this project has since included pre-design, design, and the first procurement stage of the project. At each stage, the design has been refined and the budget estimates were adjusted. While the budget estimate was already above the approved budget at the end of design, it was believed through negotiations it was possible to bring the project back within the budget. After receiving the submission for the first phase of procurement, it was realized that this would not be possible, and this project would be approximately $53 to $78 million over the approved budget, depending on the design of which scope the project is to proceed with. The budget required for the full scope of the project, which would include 2 reservoirs, is approximately $187.5 million. And that project at that level would support growth for approximately 25 years within the city. The city's consultant has advised that this estimate could be reduced down to $162 million if one of the 2 reservoirs was removed from this particular contract. Constructing only 1 reservoir would still support the city's increased water supply and pressure needs for approximately 12 years. And the second reservoir would be required in 10 to 12 years, and the cost would be expected to escalate further over the $25 million. The project cost is identified to be funded by development charges. As discussed with Council previously, there are insufficient funds in the development charge accounts at the end of 2023, and decisions on how we cover the deficit and how we move forward with our development charges, those conversations are going to be coming forward to Council in the fall. The recommendation in front of Council today is to approve a reduced project scope and a budget of $162 million approximately, confirm the funding source to be development charges, and confirm understanding of the availability of other financing tools and the related implications of using these tools. We're before you today in hopes of a speedy, a quick resolution to this request. We are currently in open negotiations with the vendor, and we are aware that the costs are increasing significantly on a monthly basis due to inflationary costs. The team we're lots of folks here able to answer any questions you might have in relation to this project or the general overall picture of how we see ourselves moving forward in terms of planning our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Can I have someone motion? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I have questions for the administration. I first want to say that I'm very pleased to see the review of the SAF model coming forward. I think it's critical. I'm a little angry that we're so far in deficit with that model and only getting around to fixing it now. I want to ask a series of questions of the administration. I want to begin here. In the report, you say that no grants were sought for the EPS solution at a time when there's been ample grants for infrastructure solutions. Why is it that none was sought even to this date?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Doney.
Sure. So through the chair, I'll start, and if there's anything in addition, please add. So as the design progressed through this project, it was assumed that the cost would be covered through development charges. Obviously, it became known that there was not funding available within the development charges. And so other projects were as high priority or higher priority put forward for funding, including the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant project. And so that was the top priority from the wastewater perspective to get funding for, and thankfully we did receive funding for that. And so that was the top priority at the time to move forward with. We do have an opportunity if so chosen by council, is that if we defer one reservoir, we could look for grant funding for that. Because that work would not be started, and typically grant funding is provided to accelerate work. So that would be the prime example where we could accelerate work and apply the grant funding to that second reservoir if that was a choice of council.
Through you, Mayor, I'm not entirely satisfied with that answer. We've known for some time, some considerable time, that there was trouble with the development with the SAF model and the amount of funds in that model. How is it we could assume that this EPS project would be paid for out of that fund when we knew that that fund was inadequate, was in deficit? Why weren't we applying for grants much earlier than today's date?
So thank you for that question through the chair. So it was really the work that was done just last summer that really helped us understand the situation with the servicing with the model. And so this project has been, the work for this project has been underway since 2019. So I think that's probably really a timing kind of an issue in terms of what we thought was available in the servicing agreement fee model.
Through you, Mayor, what work has been done since last summer to apply for infrastructure grants for this project?
I'm not sure.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think we as administration would acknowledge that there is work that we need to do with respect to how we approach applying for grants and identify projects with respect to that process. I might ask Ms. Pham, who I know her and her team has recently been doing quite a bit of work in that area, perhaps to speak more directly around the improvements we're making to our processes, but as well where those opportunities might exist within the last year, but also looking forward with respect to grant funding for projects such as this or like projects.
Yeah, through the chair. So it was recently about 4 months ago, I know our city manager made the change in order to have me have the policy and grants and government relations file, and part of that reason for that staffing changes in regards to that we have not done our job, and we fully acknowledge that we have not been proactive in looking at grant and funding opportunities to leverage and advance the projects that we need to invest in for our city. Some of the things that we have worked on since taking the team under my wing is that, really actually building relationships across all levels of government. I will say we have monthly meetings set up with the federal government, in particular with the Ministry of Infrastructure, to consistently be sharing that message around what are our priorities, what do we need from the government, and how we can work together in order to make sure we're not missing out on opportunities. And I do acknowledge that the mayor has been very helpful in helping our team leverage those relationships that she's had at the political level, as well as I think looking at the opportunities we have through FCM and SUMA as well, to make sure that we're always being clear around our messaging around the needs of municipalities when it comes to funding and grants. And then I think the other pieces as well that we are doing is that I have inserted our grants team in the budgeting process and the capital planning process. We need to know up front kind of what the organization is thinking and looking at, and that is the way in which our team has that lens of understanding what priorities, what investments are being made, so that we can go back and start digging, start having conversations with all levels of government of where we can lean into opportunity, as well as, I think we've also learned recently that actually through FCM, we have opportunities to leverage funding there in order to fund some of these feasibility studies. And as we know, sometimes grant windows are very short, and we know we need to be prepared, and so we will be looking to leverage those opportunities ahead. And so when windows open, we are ready to go, and making sure that we don't miss out on any opportunities there, and that it's really our job to be a leader in driving the ability to leverage other public sector funding.
Thank you. That's a critical answer for the growth of the city, and I'm pleased that we're going forward immediately. I'd like through you, Mayor Masters, to ask some questions about specific costing. Is the number for, if say we went ahead today with 2 holding tanks instead of just 1, is the estimated cost of doing that $25 million more than if we just went ahead with 1?
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, the short answer is yes.
And does that estimated cost take into account supply problem, chain problems, rising cost of labor, inflation, all those things? So we're looking at $25 million in today's money if we go ahead with the second pool. If we wait for 12 years, how much will it cost us to build that second pool?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have an answer for that. I think it would be significantly higher, would be safe to say.
From the work we did on the Catalyst report, we know that it'll be significantly higher. I would say that double is not out of the question. Do you disagree with that?
No, I do not.
What models can you present to us today to help us pay for that second pool, which we know we're going to need in 12 years, to help us pay for it today, to get on with it today, so that we don't double the price for our children, actually, in 12 years' time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we're here before you today because the budget's significantly higher than or the costs are coming in significantly higher than we planned for, which we originally planned for this project to be paid for by servicing agreement fees. We know the servicing agreement fee model is in a deficit, and so ultimately this has an impact on that deficit, increasing it significantly more. And we know we're going to be coming forward in the fall with some really tough conversations with council about how we fund longer term and I guess shorter term projects to support development of our city. Some of those conversations will be related to, are some of these projects funded by the user in the case of the utility or the tax base, or unless we're successful in achieving some significant grant funding coming forward. So I guess those are the options before us today, and ultimately right now we are hitting our debt levels, and I don't know if Mr. Lacey has anything he'd like to add, but there are some hard conversations coming forward and related to our projects.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know if I have a lot to add, maybe to just reiterate a few points and maybe add one. So, I would just identify as an option, I think you rightly identify, what's the opportunity for third-party funding, perhaps? And so it's my understanding is that once you start a project, the opportunity to gain third-party funding typically isn't there. So I just put it out as an option for consideration if we if we were to try to actively seek additional funding, there's the opportunity, I think, to set that second tank up as a separate project and perhaps try to seek funding for that might come at a different time. So as soon as we decide to put it in this project and make it part of this project, I think that opportunity is lost, but there might be good reasons for why you want to do that. So that would be one piece I would add, just as another option or a consideration. As far as funding models, fundamentally right now, if we were to add the additional tank, it'd be additional $25 million to the project. And right now, the project, as we've identified, as Ms. Bryden's indicated, is funded through service agreement fees. But as we've noted, we got an issue there. If the model is working perfectly, future service agreement fees would pay for the principal and interest in the funding of this project. We don't have a definitive answer right now because we're coming back later this year with a report on what actions might need to be taken to address the concerns in that SAF model. And I think ultimately, there will probably need to be a discussion about whether the tax base or the utility, as an example, needs to participate in making investments into these type of growth projects for the broader benefit of the city, because I think we all benefit by these growth projects. And so I think I'm getting to I'm giving you a long answer. I think the short answer, if you want to start looking at other funding models, ultimately is it's got to be paid from somewhere. And it's either through service agreement fees, and we know we got an issue around that. It needs to be paid through the tax base. It needs to be paid by the utility, which is basically the utility customers that pay for it, are probably the three options that we're looking at here. And, you have touched on the fourth option, which is kind of the grant funding option, but I think because of the immediacy of this and some of the issues we talked about, that's probably not on the table for this main project. It is an option, but there's risks to that because you'd have to basically defer the project. But I think those first three options I described, those are really your options. SAF fees, we got a problem with that. Tax base, utility base.
So thank you for that answer. And it's taken a long time to drag out the T word. There is another option. It's should we be including in our taxes some provision to pay for, in this case specifically, a second tank? How much, if we increase the mill rate by 1%, do we raise about $3 million in taxes? Is that correct?
To you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
So we've got $25 million today, maybe 50 million in 12 years, but 25 million today for a second tank. Suppose we had a program in front of us, not unlike the local roads program, not unlike the recreation program, unlike the Mosaic program, that said we were going to dedicate some part of our tax base to any mill rate tax increase to pay for the second tank, which we know we're going to need, and now we can get it cheaper than we can get it in a decade. What would that number be? Would it be something like 0.5 or 0.6 of 1% of any future mill rate increase for about 3 years because it compounds to raise the 25 million? Is that a model that's worth considering?
So through you, Mayor Masters, that certainly is one model.
Why isn't it in the report?
So I would say to that at the end of the day, you would still need to finance it up front. And so let me reframe that. The reason we didn't directly address it in the report is we know that we have the SAF review that is occurring. That we'll be back. This is an SAF funded project. We have other SAF funded projects where we have similar financing challenges related to the model. I'm anticipating when that report comes back that we're going to have a discussion about whether or not the tax base needs to pick up some of those costs. And so from a, I guess, consistency perspective, the thinking was we'd address that when we came back with that report, because right now we say the principal and interest payments are charged back to the SAF fund. If that's not going to be the case, let's address it as part of this larger issue that we have. If council desires to make a decision on this piece that, no, we think part of this should be funded, or we'd like to see part of this funded through a tax, through the tax base, council, I think, can make that decision now. We don't need to wait until we come back with that report. I don't think that council is restricted from that. All I'm articulating is we were going to deal with this, I think, within a broader context of the entire SAF model and the challenges related to that model. If council would like to explore that option now, I think we can. And I mean, to your question, and I'll just deal with the 25 million piece related to this second piece. If council thought for that one piece, let's look at an alternative financing source, and that being the tax base, and an alternative funding source being the tax base. And I'm just using a model where, you know, you take out initial financing through debt to do that, take it out for 25 years. I don't know if that's the right year. I think we'd want to do that analysis. But if you took it out for 25 years at the current interest rate, that would require a 0.6% mill rate increase, one time, to basically pay the principal and interest on that 25 million over a 25-year term loan. The reason it's only one time is because you build it into the base then,
Right,
and it's always there.
So, Mayor, we have a situation here in which we're in danger of losing a second plant for a decade and doubling the price of that plant. We have to make that decision today, I think. Or we wait for the model that's coming in the fall, but we lose the opportunity because we're required today to make a decision on a second plant. So I'm going to move an amendment, and I'm going to need the clerk's help on this because I don't want to cut off discussion. I'm going to move an amendment that we proceed today with the second tank, and that and here's where I need help because I don't want to design the funding model on the floor, the possible fact that it might come out of taxation revenues on the floor, that we refer this back to the administration to bring us back to the next council meeting, an option which says build 2 tanks, here's how you handle it, and that option would include a discussion of what impact that would have on budget, how we use taxpayer funding to do this. Now, I don't like to raise taxes at all, but on the other hand, I don't like to postpone building today an expense that we're going to have in a decade that's going to cost twice as much as it costs us today. So I would like to move that amendment, and perhaps the clerk, who's much better at this than I am, can tell me how we can get this additional model on the floor so we can decide this all at once.
Through you, Mayor Masters, well, it would appear the easiest thing to do, Councillor Hawkins, would be to move kind of proceeding with the second tank as you described it, table it to a future meeting, and ask the administration to return with a supplementary report outlining the various financing options and implications, including a dedicated tax or whatever. That, to me, would be how you would do this.
I'm going to check in with administration.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I'm sorry, the city manager and myself were just consulting on this. I know when the conversation was happening. Perhaps I'd just ask for clarification about the question.
I'm happy to move the amendment.
The amendment before you is, I think Councillor Hawkins wants to move the amendment, some notion that move the amendment to include the second tank, table it to bring back a supplemental report at the next council meeting for how we pay for the 25 million if it includes just the different financing models for it. Is that possible?
So through you, Mayor Masters, certainly I think we can do that. I would want, it's a technical point, but I want to make one clarification from a technical perspective. So, any amount approved in this report, including the additional 25 million, will need to be approved on the understanding it would be coming out of our internal cash flows. And that's in part legally, we can't say it's going to be approved through debt and then later paid back through some other mechanism because we have a debt limit and council can't approve something beyond that debt limit. Even though there's another report before you, which we'll be discussing, that will deal with that issue. But I think we can't, at the end of the day, fundamentally, you still have the same question. Whether you take on external debt or whether you finance it internally, it still has got to be paid back in some way, shape, or form. So I think that would be the report that we would bring back. I don't think it would really matter whether it's external or internal. How would we pay that amount back? What are the financing options? We could do that as a supplemental report.
Through you, Mayor, we can either borrow it or the taxpayer can pay it through the budgeting process today. Is that what you mean when you say pay it out of our cash? So what I'm saying is, I can imagine this report would say, you could do it with a dedicated tax of X, or you could do it by increasing one-time mill rate by Y. But I think we have to be realistic about this. And this critical infrastructure project, I can't think of a more critical one actually, might require, given that the SAF fund is in trouble, might require that there are debt limits, might require the taxpayer to pay some money to make provision for water, which will ensure the growth of this community and safe drinking water for all of us. That's all I'm asking.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think we can certainly bring something back that speaks to those pieces. So we can certainly bring that back and council then can look at that and have a further discussion and debate around that. There is urgency to this, and I always think of the budget process and how you balance those decisions with the broader budget process and mill rate overall with respect to other pressures, but we can certainly bring that report forward, and I think that'll provide additional information to council.
Mayor, I think Mr. Lacey, Ms. Bryden, and the rest of the administrative team have been very helpful in answering the questions I've asked. I appreciate council's patience with this. I move the recommendation with the amendment. Thank you.
And you second it. Councillor Regina, did you wish to speak?
Yes, so I did hear from administration that this is timely. So is this, obviously, we want to see everything go forward other than what Councillor Hawkins is saying, the additional of the second tank, we want that to go, but how would that be paid for? So I guess my question is, could the whole piece not go through except the report come back for the funding for the additional tank? Is that what you're asking for, Councillor Hawkins? Or is it the whole piece? Because I don't really want to hold it up, and I just want to know for administration, what is the impact?
I don't want to hold it up, but I think we have to deal with the first and second tank in one motion. I'm not sure that 1 month is critical here.
Council, would you be okay to recess for 5 minutes so we can speak? Because I think Mr. Lacey wants to clarify something.
Sure.
Let's recess for 5. Well,
Thank you.
You two folks can go speak with Mr. Lacey and administration to work this out. Councillor Hawkins, I want to verify that this is your understanding. In amendment seconded by Councillor Bresciani, I'll ask you as well, Councillor Bresciani, we approve the inclusion of the second tank as outlined in option 1, approve the project to proceed, but that in amendment, in addition, administration will come back with a prepared report to include the various financial options available and implications to fund the whole project. Sorry, Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Bresciani, I'll just have you verbally, can you say it aloud? Your speaker wasn't on. That captures it? You're good?
I agree.
Okay. Okay, Councillor, that's the amendment on the floor. Councillor Bresciani, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I wholeheartedly support this, and I'll ask administration, when we did the Creeks pumping station, which we've seen the growth out there, can I ask administration, once we had a smaller version, why did we have to increase that Creeks pumping station? Through the chair.
Ms. Gesmo?
Through the chair, well, I wasn't intimately involved with the project. My understanding was that the growth was happening too quickly for what that pump station was designed for, and so we had to increase it very quickly, similar to the situation that we're talking to here today. The costs to construct that additional capacity within the pump station was more expensive than if we had built it at the original time. So learning from those lessons, this conversation is very relevant today.
Thank you for that. In regards to, from staff here, on a regular basis, I know I get calls on water shortage, pressure system with homeowners in the East End, not just businesses, but in the East End as well. Can I get that affirmation? But I also would like to clarify what Ms. Bryden said, that if this does not go through, it affects the whole city. Can you elaborate on that through the chair?
Mr. Doney, would that be yours?
Yeah, through the mayor, I can speak to that. So yes, currently we do get calls from residents primarily on the east or the northeast part of the city that have pressure concerns. We call them pressure deficiencies. During those peak demands in the summer, either the shower does not produce the pressure that they want or expect, or the sprinklers don't work as expected. You can't actually get them to pop up. Those kind of situations are real and will expand as the city grows. As the city grows anywhere, the pressure deficiencies will increase in the northeast and the east part of the city, the way that our water network is created. So if we have more development in Harbor Landing or downtown, it will make the pressure problem worse on the east side of the city.
Thank you. In regards to some of the partners or investment opportunities, we've been talking a long time about regional economic development. And I look at the east end of city, we look at White City, Emerald Park. We've got the industrial prestige there adjacent, which is still part of the city of Regina. So I want to ask the question, I know there is provincial and federal dollars there for regional economic development in regards to facilities like this. Are we actually working with the neighboring municipalities in the regards to these pumping stations, these water and wastewater? Are we looking at doing those kinds of work through the chair?
Mr. Jedlick, you're up.
Through you, Mayor, I would say that over the last period that hasn't occurred, in the sense that, we know the Arm of Sherwood built their own water treatment plant north of the city. And that's certainly a discussion that we've been having with an administration, is the importance of improving our relationships with our neighbors, because shared infrastructure is much cheaper to build. It's just more efficient. It's more efficient to operate. We know that for the entire region to be successful, we really have to work together. So that is, I would say, a changing mindset, and I think we've done we've tried to work on our relationships with the neighbors, and with an administration we are certainly trying to shift to improve those relationships. So specifically for this project, I don't know if there are any regional considerations taken into account for this, but
Okay.
perhaps I could look if anyone else wants to add anything.
Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so as Mr. Jedlick has mentioned, we have improved working relationships with the RM and the provinces. That's why, one of the reasons why the Sask-Water line is coming forward is because we're all pulling in the same direction now. So that was the idea of setting the context with the presentation. More work still has to happen, but we are starting to improve those relationships. In particular to this project, it is not anticipated that it'll supply water beyond to the region, but that is not a closed door. And so we would look at those opportunities. It is expandable to the future, and so it's not in the current plans, but it could be adjusted in the future.
Thank you for that. So I guess that's the hope, is that if it is expandable in the future, because I know there's been conversations with the federal government as well, and obviously for agriculture as well. So I think those are very, very important, that we build it, we don't shortcut it, we build it how we need to build it, for also to see the future growth, not just with our residents, but also that we can actually sell it to market. So just to comment before, I would say that this is a long time coming, and but I will say that our SAF model, I know it's being revisited. I have heard over and over and over it's gone to water and wastewater. So I know that's vitally important, as we can see here today. This is long overdue. I think we've pushed this back too far. We need to be moving forward before the development happens, and I think we're starting to see that, but we're in a pinch here, and we have to move this forward. And I think, again, by what we've heard with the creek pumping station, midway, we had to expand it because of the capacity. That's exactly what will happen if we only do the one tank. So I hope council supports this moving forward, so we can get this pressure system for our whole city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'll just remind folks, we are actually on the amendment right now, so there's 3 minutes to speak to the amendment. So I have several flashing lights. Do you wish to speak to the amendment or to the main motion as amended? Amendment? Got it. Well then, Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, this investment would help us achieve our 300,000 goal, because we can't make it without it. Are there any other wastewater or water solutions needed to achieve that 300K goal?
Who wants that one? I think you've referenced it, so who wants to answer thank you, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So for a drinking water perspective, this is the project that is required to get us to the 300,000 population, knowing what we know today. And I'm relatively confident in that because of the Sask-Water line that is coming of non-potable water. So that is going to accommodate the industrial needs for the foreseeable future, because they want non-potable water instead of the more expensive drinking water. Mm-hmm. There are significant upgrades that need to occur for our wastewater system to accommodate the industrial growth that we're seeing. And so that is work that is being planned now, and we'll be in front of council many times to talk about the details of that funding and what that looks like. It'll be expanding our current wastewater treatment plant, and it'll be looking for solutions on the east side to accommodate the increase in wastewater.
What about Coopertown and Rosewood? Are they part of our 300K plans?
Through the chair, yes they are.
And are they good to go? Are we ready to develop those neighborhoods?
Through the chair, there are technical solutions outlined for both Coopertown and Rosewood, and that they are will be reviewed as part of the overall SAF model.
Okay, and when you say technical solutions, that means we have money put aside from the original SAF plans already, and we have costing solutions for those problems?
Through the chair, when I say technical solutions, is we know what has to get done and has to get built. Financing is the concern.
Okay, and is that in tens or hundreds of millions of dollars?
Through the chair, that is in the $30 to $50 million range.
Okay, and we can't really do much till we invest 30 to 50 in that corner as well, correct?
Through the chair, there are discussions ongoing to determine how we could accommodate a very small amount of development in the area with minimal risk, knowing that a longer-term solution has to happen. So that work is still ongoing.
So technically I'm correct, but you can still put 1 or 2 houses up and sneak something by in the next 2 years.
Through the chair, we are reviewing that.
Okay, okay. I agree with Councillor Hawkins' philosophy on having to do it once, do it right, and the growth of cost in the future. But we've been led to a point right now where we're locked up on both sides of our city. We need a pressure solution in the east side for sure. I have no problem supporting that. But that additional 25 million, although cost savings for the future, could be part of the $30 million solution we need in the northwest corner. And we can't have one corner without the other. And unfortunately, no previous council left me a bag of money to fix all these problems with. So I can't support the amendment, although I agree that we should have, maybe I will support the amendment. I'm so torn on this because I don't want to shortchange the future, but this is a hard one to come through. I'm going to shut up.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Just a procedural question at first. Regardless of how this unfolds, we still go back to the main motion and I could ask my technical questions then. Perfect. So to Mr. Lacey, through the chair, in this report, because I don't want to assume, you would also provide a difference between what it would cost to finance this and to repay the debt through either the utility model or taxation, correct? Would those both be considered?
So through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, certainly. I think we can put both those options in the report, and we will do that.
Okay, thank you. Administration has been very defensive of the utility model, and I think for good reason. It has its problems, and we're kind of shattering that as we speak. Councillor Mancinelli noted some other high-ticket items that are associated with growth in the West. Mr. Lacey, given where we're going with this, if this passes, do you think there's value in reconsidering the model itself and perhaps putting more of these large system-wide infrastructure projects on the tax roll instead of the utility bill?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I would say those are some of the questions that need to be answered as part of the SAF model review that we're coming back with. Because if you can't finance some of these projects through the SAF model, then you have to ask yourself the question, where's the financing source? And as I've spoken previously, it's likely the utility model or the tax base.
Thank you. My final question related to this amendment, you might want to answer in camera. So my understanding is there is a live negotiation with a contractor to construct this project. Is debating this in public and talking about how much money we're going to put on the table and potentially advancing a second tank, is that going to compromise our position at the bargaining table when it comes to cost, time frame, et cetera?
I'll refer that question to Mr. Doney.
Through the mayor, so the project was tendered out with both tanks in the RFP, and so we have a price to award that. What we do not want to speak about in public is the cost increase each month because it's the inflation costs overall. So I don't think it jeopardizes the conversation whether it's one tank or two tank. We have individual costs in our RFP for those, and that's why we are pretty confident in the cost of one tank. We do not want to talk about the cost increases if we do not make a decision.
Great. I do have one technical question related to this. Initially, the recommendation was to not proceed with the second tank. As I read that, it was kind of selling the future short. Does this then have a cost advantage for the future, and we're paying for it now? Like, this seems to be the long-term solution. Why did you downgrade what you were asking for?
Through the chair. So the reason why we downgraded is just to try to make it work from a financial perspective. The reason why there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks planned is that we try to meet a guideline set up by the provincial government, which is to have 2 days of storage of your average flow in case something happens to Buffalo Pound or we don't have water coming through. So with one tank we can meet that today, but in about 10 to 12 years we won't meet that. And so, you know, naturally with the construction project it's best to do it all at once, as we're talking about today, and that's why we tendered it out with 2 tanks. Seeing the costs, we just pulled it back, knowing that finances are a concern in the city.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you. Through the mayor, the report before us talks about an increase of 53.06 million, and option 1 is an additional 78.5 million. So are we saying that we're going from 109, almost $0.1 million for the total project to 187.55 million?
Either
Is that
Mr.
correct?
Doney or Mr. Lacy?
I'll take it. Through you, the mayor. I think the best table to look at is page 6 of 10. And so the second last line was the full project, which is what we are contemplating here with the amendment, is 187.56 million. The
Okay.
recommendation was the last line, which is 162.11 million. So that difference is approximately $25 million.
The difference is, sorry?
Approximately $25 million.
Okay, that's where the 25 million came from then. Okay, thank you. I guess most of my questions are for the report overall. I do find this kind of a narrow focus financing without talking about the bigger picture, but so I'm not gonna, I'm having a hard time with this project overall just because the costs have gone up so much. Like they're something like 60-70% increase. So I guess my question through the mayor then would be, when it said in the report that this was approved by council for a budget, what year was that approved? How long ago did we approve this, or the previous council?
Through the mayor, this has been in the budget for a number of years. Council approved a multi-year budget in 2022 or in 2023. I think it was 2022 of the $109 million. And so that was approved multi-year to allow us to go out to 2020, I'm hearing. So a few
Okay,
years
2020.
ago, it was
Okay.
approved, sorry. And that was approved to allow us to go out to tender, to enter into contracts, knowing that we would spend that money over a 3 to 4 year period.
Okay, I'll save the rest of my questions for the main report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Skidniak.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions. So if without this amendment, what was the original plan for consideration of the second tank? Was it when when administration returns with the development charges review, that question would be considered at that time, or what was your original plan? Through the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through the mayor, I'm just going to repeat that question so I understand it. When would we return to council to install the second tank? Is that the question?
Almost. So just if without this amendment, what was administration's plan for addressing the need for the second tank?
Through the mayor. So our plan would be to monitor growth and see when it's needed from a technical perspective, and that was estimated to be 10 to 12 years. So we would start to build that into our budgets, obviously increase the cost of it as we talked about today, and you would see it in future budgets, but not for likely 8 to 10 years. You'd see it in the budget, and we would start building it in that 10 to 12 year time frame.
Okay. Okay. And if we are to approve this amendment as worded, someone had noted that in terms of applying for grant funding, that I think it was Mr. Lacy, the timing of that matters. If we approve this amendment as worded, does that jeopardize the possibility of us receiving grant funding because we're already, we would then be saying we approve spending this money? I don't know if that's for Mr. Lacy. I think that's a follow-up to a comment you made.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, maybe I'll make a few comments, and then if Ms. Pham has any additional comment, she can make it at that time. So typically, when we sign grant contribution agreements with other levels of government, that agreement is typically signed before you begin construction. And once construction begins, typically you're not eligible for that grant funding stream. And so the only point I was making here is that once we award this project and begin construction and all components to it, that typically for how federal and provincial funding works, that they would no longer be eligible for grant programs. But maybe I'll ask Ms. Pham if she has any additional comment.
Through the chair, Mr. Lacey is correct. In every funding program that we've seen with infrastructure projects, typically there is a stipulation there that any costs that are incurred on the project prior to signing a contribution agreement render it ineligible for reimbursement, but also it could actually impact our ability to deliver on the project, as we have to work through the terms together before we actually start a project.
So what I take from that is it is possible that by bundling this all together, we would jeopardize the possibility of receiving third-party funding or grant funding for that project. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. So what I was going to ask anyway is if we could vote on these two separately. I am interested in this report. I think the report's a good idea. But I'm not interested in pre-approving inclusion of the second tank without seeing this report and understanding the financial implications. And I think maybe some of the implications for grant funding would potentially come through in that report as well. So would it be possible to vote on 1 and 2 separately? Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Findura.
3 minutes, Mayor? 3 minutes. I'm just going to throw this out. The model growth pays for growth. I know when we defer projects, we know what happens. We've been telling the residents, the taxpayer, that growth will pay for growth. And so here we go. Again, we're going to be asking for however you come up with, for the taxpayers to pay for more of the growth. I understand it's the whole city, but as you remember being here for a while, that question always pops up. And the discussion was, back then, we were quite high on things saying growth will pay for growth. So just want to say that. And if anyone has any kind of a comment, I know I've heard before, well, we haven't done something, we should have. That's yesterday country, we need to look to the future, I understand that. But could someone make a comment about what happened to our model growth pays for growth? Mayor?
Oh, Ms. Bryden. Mr. Lacey, you're up.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to make a few comments. To some extent, they're my own personal reflection of where we're at. And once again, I think this is one of the questions this SAF review that we keep coming back and talking about is going to need to address. So I would take it's a little bit my perspective on the matter, and Ms. Bryden may add to it or might have a different perspective. When I first came to the city, that was a phrase often used, growth pays for growth. And I think when you look at some of the challenges we have in the SAF model, I'm not sure in today's environment that we have that 100% right. The growth pays for growth happened at a time, and that model was developed, I think, beginning 10 plus years ago when we had significant growth happening in the city, and it didn't look like that rate of growth was going to end. If anything, it was going to accelerate. When you talk about growth pays for growth, myself personally, I think I, as a tax-paying citizen here in the city of Regina, benefit by growth. And so, and I receive a benefit from growth, whether that's additional retail opportunities, additional recreational opportunities, because we're a larger city as a result of growth, and all the benefits you see in larger cities, I benefit that as a current taxpayer. And so, in our current environment, by placing all the costs of growth on new development, I think it potentially creates some challenges. Challenges from the perspective of, are we uncompetitive? Because that cost that we charge as a service agreement fee for that growth pays for growth model. That goes directly to the costs of that land development, and whoever eventually purchases that land or the building on that land, they're the ones that are actually paying for it. And so are we competitive with other jurisdictions depending on what that model and what that pricing looks like? And so so this is what the review, I think, is going to be looking at, one of the questions, and I think that's going to be a discussion and debate that council has to have, is do all of us that are existing property owners, do we benefit by growth? And if we benefit by growth, is there a reason and a rationale that we in part need to be investing in growth as well as current taxpayers of the city? Because we're going to see the benefits of that, as opposed to putting that entire cost on new growth development opportunities. And if you price yourself out of the market, so to speak, well, then you're not going to see growth. And so I think it is a balancing act, and all I'm saying is I'm not sure that the model that we have today necessarily is the right model for the economic environment that we're in. But I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that review. I think that review needs to take its own course, but those are some of the questions I think that need to be answered. Ms. Bryden, do you have any additional comment?
Thank you. Through the chair, I have lots of comments, but I concur really with what Mr. Lacey has articulated, and as Ms. Dawson spoke to in her presentation, you know, that original growth model that was created was based on some assumptions of the growth that was occurring in the city at the time. That was 10 years ago. I think the other thing that's important to understand that as we establish a model and a growth pays for growth type model scenario, if we're not constantly looking at that as we go through over the years and keeping it up to date and current information and making adjustments as we go, we're going to run into situations like we're in right now with that particular model. So some of those assumptions that were made based on the growth that was occurring in 2013 actually didn't play out in the following years, and there weren't adjustments and conversations taking place that needed to occur. I think another thing that's really important to understand is a lot of these big projects, the big costly stuff is the underground stuff, has to happen before the growth. So we need the infrastructure for water, sewer, stormwater in place before we can actually grow and build those new homes or build those new industrial properties. But in order to collect any kind of servicing agreement fees, you have to allow for the construction. So the projects have to be paid for and put in place, and then the construction, and then the build out. So that also complicates who and when pays for those types of projects. So as I said, we've got a lot of work underway every day. We're peeling back another layer of the onion and uncovering more information, and we will be bringing some information to you folks in the fall to help guide us and make some decisions moving forward.
Mayor, thank you very much for reminding us all what that means, all about growth. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Well done. Councillor Fundura. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just a quick little thing here. I noticed when I was reading the report, under the issue, Ms. Bryden had said we'll be, we'll be expect to be in a deficit at the end of 2023 is what you had said, Ms. Bryden, but on the report it says 2022. I'm just seeking clarification on that to you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Nelson, can you repeat the question? Apologies.
Oh, so Ms. Bryden had said that we're going to be expected to be in a deficit by the end of 2023, but in the report under issue it just says that we'll be in a deficit at the end of 2022. So I was just trying to figure out on page 1 of the report. Yeah, it's the end of the paragraph, the first paragraph under issue.
Thank you. Through the chair. In the issue statement, it is incorrect. It is 2023.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks, that's helpful.
I apologize for that.
No, that's fine, I just was So administration came back to us with a recommendation of 1 tank, and now we're discussing 2 tanks. I'm trying to figure out why, within these 5 minutes, all of a sudden, administration is saying, okay, well, maybe 2 tanks is better. You came back with a recommendation of 1 tank. So don't you feel that we should just let administration do what they were doing, and they came back with a recommendation? Like, what's the big difference between the 1 and the 2 tanks right now? When you came back with 1 tank, obviously there was all the reasons why.
Through the chair, so I would say the recommendation we made as administration, when the project costs came in the way they did, they're significantly higher than the budget, and we recognize that funding these projects is, we work hard to try and keep things within projected budgets. And so we came forward with a recommendation that would certainly be more respectful of the existing budget. Having said that, we recognize that a second tank will be needed within 10 to 12 years. And so that option is in place, so that recognizing that that cost for that tank is less now than it will be in 10 to 12 years. And yeah, that's really where we landed. I don't know if Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, I think I would just add what administration is doing is help with an amendment to the motion, frankly, as put out by Councillor Hawkins. And we are having a conversation, I think, about the pros and cons of both. So I would say, and I'll refer to Mr. Lacey if it's not clear, but so I mean, if you do it now and it's 1 tank, there's a high probability that when you need that second tank, there's going to be a significant cost escalation. You can do 2 tanks now. The financing costs, the interest would be higher financing 2 tanks compared to 1 tank. So it's not, you can look at increased interest for paying more for 2 tanks versus 1, versus 1 tank, less interest because you have less cost. But when you purchase that second tank 10 to 12 years from now, high likelihood that the cost of that tank will be significantly higher.
So thank you for that answer. And I mean, I'm all about buying something now and saving the cost future. But what I do understand, what I do know, since I've been on council, there's a whole bunch of things this administration team is fixing that was really gone wrong from years ago. Service agreement fees for one, the Mosaic pay structure for another. We're still paying on that. And I understand, and I understand that, you know, get it now so we don't have the cost. But what I do understand is right now, we're in a really big mess, and administration is doing a really good job at trying to fix years of concerns and issues with money. So my thought process is, let's get the Mosaic Stadium paid for. Let's get all this stuff figured out, the service agreement fees and everything figured out. Get this straightened out. In a couple of years, things will be a lot different because there's been a whole change in the service agreement fees, with the structure, with all these things. The efficiencies, I mean, my goodness, Ms. Anderson, you found $2.9 million efficiencies in 3 months. What can you do in the next 4 years? I'm excited about that. I'm also, the holdup of Cooper, this has been, I've heard all about this since I've been in council. It's just a mess, and I don't understand why one side of the city gets it and nobody gets anything over there. There's got to be that balance, and I'm trying to figure out how that balance can be. And I don't believe that administration came to us with one tank, and I understand. But then the other thing is, if we go ahead and build the second tank later, we might be open to grants, which we can't get now. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor LeBlanc, we got a couple minutes before break, but why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. There's been talk about a point after which a project no longer qualifies for federal or provincial grants. and I just want to clarify when that is. So is that at the point when a contract is settled with the contractor and so on, once it's signed, you can't access those grants? Or is that simply once a shovel is on the ground, in the ground, for example, on this second tank? Through the chair, so is it contract signed or shovel in the ground, the drop dead date for those grants?
Through the chair, I would say it's actually well before that. It's actually in the early stages of planning and the feasibility of it. And so we would need to be able to, usually on infrastructure projects, submit kind of feasibility plans and all of that ahead of even getting to a contract or a shovel in the ground.
Thank you. So that sounds to me, I'll ask you to clarify through the chair, like for both the first and second tank, we're past that point already, irrespective of the amendment. Is that right?
Through the chair, in regards to the second tank, I think we have an opportunity, as you hear today, where we're standing is we've kind of bundled the project together. I think if we look at it, we have an opportunity in front of us to consider that it's actually two different projects. I can say simply phase 1, tank 1, phase 2, which is a secondary project, to see if we can actually leverage additional funding into the project.
Thank you. There's talk of essentially if we get the one tank that will serve us well on anticipated growth for 10 to 12 years, after which we'd require the second tank. My question, which I'll frame both ways, is until that growth beyond the first tank occurs, will performance be broadly comparable between the one tank and two? Or relatedly, will performance until 2023 be broadly comparable with one tank or two? Through the chair.
Through the chair, if two tanks are built today, it gives us more resilience for an emergency that may occur where we have less water supply coming from Buffalo Pound. There are operational things that we need to consider, which is called the age of water. So having two tanks now increases the age of water, which is not a positive thing, but it's something that we can work through and had planned to work through, and that's why we tendered two tanks. So in summary, two tanks gives us more resiliency today, and that resiliency starts to drop as our growth increases.
Thank you. There's talk in item 2 of this proposed amendment about a report coming back. My question, just in terms of timing through the chair, is would it be anticipated that report would come back before or after the report examining the SAF model? When would we receive the report relative to the review of the SAF model?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think given the conversation, I think our intent would be to bring a report back before the SAF report.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Folks, we're at a mandatory break. It's 2:30, 2:33. I'll see you back here at 2:48. Welcome back, Council. I believe everyone's spoken on the amendment, with the exception of myself. I have a question about the grant funding. If the amendment passes as it's written, is there any, anything stopping us from applying for grant money for the second tank?
Through the chair, no.
I think this one's for Mr. Doney, I think. Some question between one versus two tanks. I get the general sense from an engineering and water supply perspective, Mr. Doney, that you would be in favor of construction of two tanks at the outset.
Through the mayor, yes, and that's why we included that in the original tender.
Thank you. You were talking about, the language I think I've written down here is that in 10 to 12 years, that second tank will be necessary regardless. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is based on our current growth plan, correct? Yeah.
Okay, thanks. On our current growth plan, which is how old?
Through the mayor, so that was done in 2013.
How correct are a bunch of the assumptions in that growth plan been so far?
Through the mayor, when it comes to drinking water, I think we're relatively in good shape because of the non-potable line that Saskwater is bringing forward. So if we were planning to accommodate the industrial growth, we would have been in very bad shape from a drinking water perspective. But because of the non-potable water line that's coming, I think from a drinking water perspective, we're still relatively accurate.
What happens if we grow faster?
Through the chair. So if we grow faster and the requirements for if we grow faster and the requirements for potable water increase, it means that we will not have the amount of water in storage as recommended by the Water Security Agency.
What is the current population of the east side of Regina? Ms. Dawson, your microphone is on.
I don't have that here with me in that particular breakdown, but we can get that for you shortly.
Are we on track in the year 2023 for where we thought we would be on the east side?
On the east side, we have most of the lands that we're able to grow out in our phase one lands either spoken for or underway through construction.
And what year does that take us to?
We would project phase 3 lands, so we're in phase 1 right now, and then phase 2 and phase 3. And phase 3 lands would take us to our 300K population.
Sorry, 300 what?
300,000 population once we get to phase 3 lands. And so we still have some land to build out in order to get to our 300,000 population, but our infrastructure in terms of wastewater is limiting factor there.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm getting at is, do we actually know the real population compared to the projection population for the east side today?
I think we are growing roughly on track. I think the timing of the growth in the east end, I think there's a desire to grow more faster, grow out sooner, faster than we had projected in 2013. And so there's lands that were projected to grow out in the later phases, so closer to 2040, that are ready to go now.
But we haven't increased density at all since 2013 in the east side original plans.
The density is growing as projected, and that's based on our desire to have 50 people per hectare as per our complete community models.
Switching gears just for 1 second. In 2008 or 9, I believe the original concept plan for Harbor Landing was passed. I think it was 9,500 residents. Do I have that right?
Yeah, it was approximately 95.
And then over 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, we increased density to accommodate what we think is about 14 to 15,000 people. Is that correct?
Yep, through you.
Would you be shocked to learn if the population of Harbor Landing is significantly more than that right now?
More than 14,000?
Yes.
I'm not sure what our projections were at that particular, are you talking the Greens on Gardner or?
Well, no, I'm talking about Harbor Landing still.
Oh, Harbor Landing. Am I shocked that it's at 14,000?
No, significantly more than 14,000.
Oh, probably not. I think we understand that our household makeup in some of the newer communities is much more than we had projected our household makeups to be. So we've understood that there's much more families living together and many more people in households than we had originally projected. So we do know that it fluctuates as people tend to move through the housing continuum and find permanent housing. But right now I do know that there are some family makeups that have multiple families within a home.
Does that potential exist in the east side as well?
Potentially, yep.
So the 10 to 12 year projection could be 5 to 7?
It is hard to capture, but it could be accelerating faster than we can calculate.
I'll ask some questions on the main motion, I believe. I think to Mr. Lacey's point, pros and cons of both. I think I have a concern given the nature in which both the Greens, as an example of a newer community, as well as Harbor Landing, have tracked for more growth than we've anticipated in terms of population, not necessarily units, but population. We know that the number one contributing factor to our growth is actually immigration, and that is leading to some density in these neighborhoods. And so while we have a projection of 10 to 12 years, Mr. Lacey, I appreciate the interest payments on those may, if it is 12 years from now, it may be an even up proposition, but I would suggest that the trends in the city over the last 8 years would tell us that we're going to hit more growth than we think on the east side, even within existing units, as folks do become multi-generational inhabitants of the same homes. And for that reason, I think not to bundle it, given that the answer to can we still apply for grant funding for tank 2 or any portion of this is there's nothing standing in our way of doing that. Even if it was a request of the federal and provincial governments for some sort of fund to account for inflationary pressures off of existing budgeted projects. That may be, I know that is something that nationally cities or municipalities are looking at across the country, because things that have been in capital plans for 5 years are going up, say 50 to 70% as we're experiencing in this particular case. I think for those two reasons, in terms of aged modeling on our population, the preference of the engineer and water provider for 2 tanks for the resiliency, I'd be prepared to support the motion the amendment as it exists. So having said that, Councillor Hawkins, you close off debate. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the debate. I think that essential points have been made. There aren't many certainties in this, but there are 3 that I'd ask people to consider. The first is administration prefers 2 tanks. That's why they tendered for 2 tanks. The second is there is nothing in this amendment which, if it passes, will prevent us from applying for grants for the second tank. And the third is costs are escalating rapidly. They're escalating more rapidly than the rate of interest, in fact. We are looking at a period over the next time of real inflation. If we build this tank now, we will get a bargain. If we wait to build it, we are probably going to pay much, maybe as much as double for it. Infrastructure costs are going up very quickly. So for those reasons, I'd ask Council to approve the amendment, and I also notice the amendment is an endorsement by council of confidence in the city, of its ability to grow, and of its readiness to accommodate the growth, which will favor our residents, which will stop their children and grandchildren from moving to Calgary and other cities, which are growing, and which will boost our economy and all of the good things that come with a rising economy. I'd ask for approval for the amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Clerk, can you please call the vote on the amendment? Oh, apologies, that's right, that's correct. Councillor Skiniak asked for a separation of point number 1 and point number 2. So on point number 1, approve the inclusion of the second tank as outlined in option 1. Up for a vote.
Mayor Masters, Part 1 of the amendment has 5 votes in favor, 5 against. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Mancinelli, and yourself. Those voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Nelson. Councillor Moll is away from the meeting. As it is a tie vote, the amendment is deemed to have been lost.
Thank you to the clerks. We're going back to the main motion.
Number 2.
Oh, I apologize. Number 2, direct administration to prepare a report. Please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, Part 2 of the amendment is passed in a vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Findura, Zakidniak, Stevens, LeBlanc, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli has voted against.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Now we'll go back to the main motion. Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Sure. Thanks. I just want to make sure that I capture this properly. So basically what happened here is we had a plan for when we reach 300,000, to reach 300,000 people population. Some of the concepts that we based in planning that was we wanted to plan that at a minimal cost input for all infrastructure and use all infrastructure at hand without any inputs we could afford to not have to put out. And secondly, we didn't plan for the industry to support that population growth, meaning when people showed up here to reach 300,000 people, we need industry and jobs to actually have that growth. And that's kind of where this fell apart. Is that correct?
Mr. Lacey, Ms. Bryden, Ms. Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Everyone's pointing at each other. So I think I would go back to the presentation that I provided to council in that the growth projections were for residential growth in residential communities and neighborhoods, and we projected paying for services in a sequential manner through development fees and development charges. And the servicing agreement fee model projected so many hectares of land development each year, and through that collection there would be money available to spend on infrastructure or capital projects needed for growth. And so in 2013 it was a robust period of growth, and so this plan would have worked if we would have sustained the growth and population projections that we had used during the growth plan creation. But we didn't see that population growth, and in fact there was a number of different hiccups in the last decade, including some of the, the economic pieces that we saw around 2015, 2016, into 2018, and then of course COVID. So there was some ups and downs, and we haven't been able to collect enough development charges to then provide for the infrastructure that we need for growth. And now we're switching our focus on not only residential growth intentions, but economic opportunities, so industrial growth opportunities, And in order to support those opportunities that are coming our way, we need additional infrastructure to support them. So additional charges as well that would need to be facilitated through some kind of fee, levy, or other inputs.
I totally get you. Basically, if a motor's not well-tuned, it's easy to stall it. And our growth was easy to stall because we planned for 300,000 population. And if I remember correctly, we set part of that planning on a minimal cost for people to move into our community. And to keep those costs minimal, we tried to plan using existing infrastructure and not expanding its capacity. And we also didn't plan for any type of industry to support the people moving here, and also expand that infrastructure capacity to meet that as well. So the minute we have a hiccup, we have costs to overrun, and we have no way to capture it. And what I'm trying to get across and make sure has been taken into consideration as we reapproach this plan is that we're planning with a value set that promotes quality of life and forward thinking. So I just want to make sure that you guys are capturing those, that although this motion failed just a moment ago, and I talked against it at first, it was for the uncertainty and knowing that we were addressing it on the floor of council as an amendment, but not for the fact that we need that capacity and that thinking of a capacity needed for our city for every outlet, whether it's entertainment or infrastructure. Our people deserve a quality of life, and that takes an investment. And as a councillor, I want to make that investment. And if I do, people will come here and we will grow. And I want to make sure that those are the values we're taking forward, and that's what I'm speaking to right now. I totally support this pressure solution. Once again, I just wanted to clear up. When I was struggling with the amendment, it had to do with making sure we had growth in all corners of the city, and as the debate came through, that was clear. When it came to 2 tanks versus 1, I firmly believe we needed 2 tanks because we have to think for the future. We can't do everything bending over to pick up a penny while a dollar bill flies over our head. We've done that for 100 years. We're worth something in this city, and it's time we invest to show we are. So that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Just wanted some clarification on the image that you projected up there in terms of the 2023 versus 2040. Just to be clear, that's not necessarily tied with human population, but other forms of development in that area. That's a huge shift in that time frame in terms of where we're going to see pressure issues. Maybe just elaborate on that.
Through the mayor. So the 2020 graph shows the current pressure deficiencies that we experience today during a hot, dry day when everyone's watering outside and showering inside. The image on the right-hand side, which shows increased pressure deficiencies, is what we predict will happen as we grow throughout the city. Doesn't matter where we grow. Okay. As we have more people turning on the tap and more homes watering their grass, it does not matter where we grow. The impact is felt on the east side, and it's felt on the east side because it's farthest away from our north pump station, which is at the corner of Pasco and 9th Avenue.
So if I could tie this through the chair to our growth projections, is there a space for us to reevaluate which way we grow the city? One of the solutions is actually to push further westward and to reconsider how we've identified that map expanding. Why would we not just focus on where we have the infrastructure to begin with?
Mr. Doney?
I'll start and then ask Ms. Dawson if she has anything to add. It's a very complex question. Our water system is designed to accommodate growth throughout the city. If we were to grow in the northwest, and only the northwest, that is a separate system, and that does not have an impact on the rest of the city. So yes, it is cheaper to service from a water and wastewater perspective growth that occurs on the west side of the city because our water treatment plant is there and our wastewater treatment plant is there. However, we know the demand is around the entire city. Things like rail and transportation have a big impact on where industry wants to go. So trying to weigh the pros and cons is what we do to make sure that we can be attractive to business and to residents.
Okay, thank you. Finally, just seeking clarification, there was a discussion earlier about relationships with the RMs that neighbor the city. Is it a technical issue that's preventing us from partnering with a neighboring RM to invest in the pressure system in the east, or is it a political question?
I believe the answer was neither, but go ahead.
Through the chair. So I would comment that any technical solution can be overcome, and a few years ago we did some regional study work for water wastewater that showed there are options to work together from a technical perspective. Relationships are important, and that's what needs to be worked on through the next short term to make sure we're all pulling in the same direction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I have a couple of questions that are related to Councillor Stevens about the development model, and I think it's really, really important that we understand this and that the public understand this, because I know that we're going to hear from the public about why are we investing only in one corner of the city and not the rest of the city. So in terms of the whole development of our city, what would happen if we just curtailed the development in the southeast? And I'm asking this because I'm sure that there are people who will ask this question of me. Why don't we just curtail that? And we have the accelerated housing fund that we want to intensify in the center of the city. So if we shift our development model for more development in the center or northwest, as Councillor Stevens mentioned, just really trying to understand why that infrastructure development or repair is not invested there instead, through the chair.
Mr. Jedlick, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. I think I'll try to clarify this. Although it's called the EPS, or Eastern Pressure Solution, this is actually one infrastructure project that's necessary for really the entire city, other than the extreme north, which is on its own network for water pressure. And so this solution that's in front of council, it doesn't matter where growth occurs. It could occur in a new neighborhood in West Terra, it could occur in Lakeview, it could occur downtown, but wherever a new unit is added, the issues show up in the east. And it will get to a point where basically when you lose fire flow in the east, you can't permit any other development without this. So although it's called the Eastern Pressure Solution, it really is necessary for growth anywhere in the city except for the extreme north, to Mr. Doney's earlier point.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't look at this as investing in a specific area. It is the water pressure network is an entire city solution. And that took me a while to accept as a developer in my previous career, when we were developing on the west side, and you could say, well, pressure's fine over here. But that's not the way the network works. Okay. So this investment really is a citywide investment. Okay. If that helps.
So through the chair, if there was no new residential growth in the southeast, but there was growth in the rest of the city, the problem would still exist. Is that what you're saying?
And without a solution, I think it would be, I don't know if the city could authorize growth on the west side of the city, because you're putting, citizens on the east side of the city at risk. That's where the issue shows up, regardless of where the development occurs, if I framed that correctly. Yeah.
So through the chair, I also think that, like I said, I know that residents will have questions about this investment. And so politically, like if they see that there's an underinvestment in the replacement of their lead, they think it's not going fast enough, the lead service connections, or they're experiencing flooding as we've just experienced in the last couple of weeks. If they feel like they're not getting that investment, I mean, whether or not we say this is for the entire city, but there are going to be questions about why that investment over other investments? So how do we answer that kind of question through the chair?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mayor Masters, maybe my response to that would be just to add on to Mr. Jedlick's comments. So this is about growth. And without this investment, and the city has lots, I mean, we know that we have a significant amount of infrastructure that needs to be renewed. We know we have a significant amount of infrastructure where we're going to have to prioritize where that investment happens, because the cost of doing everything all at once, we just can't do that from a financially sustainable perspective. So to me, it's about priorities. And this one is and I think what administration is telling you here is we see this as being a high and key priority, because it doesn't matter where future growth occurs in the city, there's a potential that we cannot approve that growth after 2026 because it will result in safety issues for residents on the east side of the city. And so while that's not discounting, I think, the priority and the importance of other infrastructure projects out there, this is a critical one, I think. And I think as administration, we're saying it has to be one of the highest priorities for council to look at and address. And I appreciate comments around the lead replacement program. We have a plan in place there. I know there can be different views and perspectives about how fast or how quickly that plan should advance, but I would say we do have plans in place for a number of our other infrastructure challenges, and they're not going to be necessarily resolved overnight, but there are plans in place to address them over time. So I'd just say this is a matter of priority. I think growth's extremely important to any municipality. And without this project, growth is in jeopardy, just because we don't have the ability to provide water pressure, the appropriate water pressure.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanachek. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just have a couple questions and then a comment. We talk about growth and development in our city, and I think we all know how, and Ms. Bryden, I'm not sure if you could possibly answer this, the permitting process, the buildings and all that kind of stuff.
Councillor Nelson, you may be off topic.
A little bit, but not quite. I'm trying to get to a point here. We have such a concern with that. Can you speak to that and the people coming into the city, because we're talking about water being the reason why they're not coming to the city, and I'd like to suggest that possibly there's a combination of a few other things. Can you just quickly describe just the work you've done in the permitting and the processing and getting the buildings up and going for our developers and the work that's going on right now, through the chair?
Yeah. Councillor
Okay,
Nelson,
so then I'll leave my comments to, you know what, I don't think it's just water that we're not coming into the city of Regina. The fact that a parent can't get her child into a swimming lesson for 3 years might have something to do with it. The fact that I get 3 pieces of paper from Tourism Regina to welcome 40 new delegates into the city of Regina might have some of the other reasons why we're not getting development in Regina. It's not just water. So I'll leave it there.
thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, just to clarify, the clerk's left me a note here. I had you as seconding the motion, but it turns out I had you seconding the amendment. So would you second the main
Yes,
motion as well?
totally.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Please
thank
go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, you know, we've heard from administration that this is vitally important to our city as a whole. And, you know, I'm hearing from my council colleagues about, well, in one area of the city we've got no growth, in another area of the city we've got lead pipes. Let's remember, we work together on this council. Some of the biggest costs for infrastructure is water and wastewater. And it's unfortunate that it does fall all on the taxpayer. I mean, I know Mayor Masters has gone to many, and I know SUMA has advocated that aging infrastructure, new infrastructure, it all costs money to replace. So as a taxpayer, we're replacing a lot of the water and wastewater, the sewer within inner cities as well here. But let's just, I really want to ensure that my colleagues understand that because we have pressure everywhere else in the city, and it's unfortunate in my ward where my residents live, the water pressure is very, very low. I've had calls where I've had individuals say, never ever thought that I would actually have to thinking about purchasing a home on my water pressure. It drips out of the tap, drips. I can see, I maybe have to Google bus, where the transit goes, where I've got amenities for parks and shopping, but I would never ever think in my time I would ever have to consider finding out what my water pressure would be. So I can actually, my kids, if they want to run in the sprinkler when it's super hot, guess what? They can't. Guess what? They're taxpayers too, just like everybody else in this city. To the point that we're not going with a second tank, to the councillors that voted against that, I'll tell you what. When we go to develop in new areas, and when we actually have a roadway that we know has to be expanded, previous administrations would say, let's wait to get to that growth, and then we will expand that arterial roadway. Woodland Grove is an example of that. Guess what we had to do? The city had to go out and then rip out trees, rip out part of the roadway and sidewalks to get that road widened. Again, it costs money and it costs inconvenience to residents. So why don't we do it? And I think administration, they know that if they could have went with 2 tanks, they would go with 2 tanks because they know that they're going to save in the long run. That's how we should be wanting them to administer, to be forethinking so we know what's coming. Because if we have to go back, it's going to, you know how many trees got ripped out and died and they had to replant trees? But again, it's because we are short-sighted in thinking. So I ask that we have to support this. This is a recommendation from administration, but it's unfortunate that we're not supporting both tanks, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, so I don't actually have any questions, but I do want to clarify that in terms of what I voted for was simply to see a report talking about the options for a second tank before pre-approving a second tank. So I would just like all the information before we make a final decision. Not saying that I don't support it, I just need more information. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, to your Mayor. Just a couple comments. I'm not sure if we are understanding, if we learned anything from a deferral. A few years back, we remember the famous word deferral, and we are where we are today because of that. As we here on the Oval did things or looked at future, because we couldn't and we didn't, and then we tried, but we don't have enough. And as Mr. Lacey gave us a nice little history lesson about models, how we grow, all that, and he did mention, and it's in our models and modeling to say, we as a community grow together. And I remember many times I supported the West when there was discussion about you need this, but that's okay, well, I'll wait for this side because I represent area. Yes, we represent the wards, but we have to remember, we as a council, we represent the whole city. The city comes first, then the wards, but doesn't mean what comes first, but what comes is we need to be very honest about things and straightforward thinking is that this is not against you or me or whatever. This is together and actually saving the taxpayers' dollars, because if we don't, then tomorrow it's going to be a lot more. And we've said that to the citizen, we're not going to do that. And here we are again doing it. Yeah, I mean, we are going to do it because we are going to have the pressure zone. We've been asking for that for a long time. We know that on the east side, I get a lot of calls from the condos that are struggling, where I mean, you have 40 units, and exactly, trickle. So we are doing it, we understand that. I know there's pressures, but I think what Mr. Lacy talked about, maybe come with different levels of funding, tax base, or however. So the bottom line is, we need to really think about, stop the deferral stuff, stop thinking about we don't have, because we definitely will not have tomorrow. We don't have today, tomorrow's forget it. Yeah, it's done. You can't even say my grandkids are going to pay for this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, is water pressure in the east, these affected areas, lower in summer than it is in winter?
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah, and two questions then. One is that because water usage goes up in summer? And second question, is that primarily related to watering of lawns and plants?
Through the chair, yes. So in the winter time, we have about 80 megaliters per day that we pump out. That goes up to around 120 in the summertime. People don't use more water typically inside your home. It's outdoor usage.
Sounds like goes up by about 50% in summer. Yeah, okay. I know there's talk through the report, and I get it, about we don't want to limit the number of people coming to Regina. Was there any contemplation given to policies we could adopt to reduce that increase in water growth from winter to summer? Through the chair.
Through the chair. So yes, historically and even currently, we consider water restrictions. So that means odd, even days to water your lawns, no watering of lawns. We have not gone down that path because we don't believe that's what residents want, but that is an option, is to have water restrictions. Some cities do it. It is part of our emergency response plan when we do go into emergencies, is that we stop watering parks, we restrict watering lawns, and we actually have the ability to mandate that if in an emergency situation.
Thank you. Through the chair, here we're going to get to a spot where I don't know the proper language. It sounds like in summer, typically now, we're using about 120 megaliters per day in Regina, and that's currently sustainable. But by 2026, we're likely to reach a level above 120 megaliters a day, and that would not be sustainable. Is that right?
Through the mayor, that is generally correct, yes. And so when we say sustainable, there are impacts that residents feel on the east side because our pumps are not big enough to get the pressure all the way to the east side, and that will get worse and worse as we add more connections to the water system.
Thank you. And is there a tipping point of megaliters a day that our system can absorb before we see these negative outcomes around complying with regulation and so on? Through the chair.
Through the chair, there's two regulations that drive our water system. One is the amount of water we have in storage, which is the tank conversation we had, and the other one is primarily fire flow. And so there's a line in the sand where we will not approve development if we cannot meet fire flow. We estimate that's going to be 2026-ish, 2027, and pressure will continue to drop, and we will hear a lot more complaints and concerns from residents as we approach those numbers. But I do not have it's not a megaliter number, it's something different.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm agnostic about this. I'm inclined to vote against this, principally because I think it makes more sense financially and environmentally for us to first look at limiting water usage and the growth in that in summer than it does to build additional infrastructure to accommodate those practices. And so I understand the concerns. I think it's a good report, and administration, I think you're in a difficult position because I think you're right, Mr. Doney. People in Regina like to water their lawns. And I'm inclined to vote against it because I think we could deal with the pinch point on watering our lawns every other day rather than taking on an additional $160 million in debt. I think we have other pressing concerns, including for water infrastructure, like Councillor Stadnichuk spoke about and others. And so my view is I'll vote against it today. I would like to see, if it does fail, which I don't anticipate, that we talk about some of these restrictions to be more responsible with our water see if we can stay within our current infrastructure, and then if and when we've exhausted all reasonable efforts to reduce our water consumption and we still need this, that's a different conversation which we could revisit. So that's where I'm at today, but appreciate the very good report. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go before I pass it off to Councillor Hawkins to close off debate. Mr. Doney, can we solve a fire flow issue on the east side in the next 4 years with limiting water consumption in the summer?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I am not prepared to say yes to that. I believe unless we have significant enforcement, we will not be able to restrict the water usage outside.
Apologies. Part of the reason you're pushing for a 2026 online east or water pressure solution in the city is due to the fire flow. So if we don't answer this, we don't build another thing and we don't build any density, correct? Because we literally put people's lives at risk?
Through the chair, that's our estimate with the information we have today.
Could you squeak another year or two out of that?
Through the chair, the way our estimates are done is that we have a hydraulic model and we collect pressure on a yearly basis, so we update that model. Can we get another 6 months or a year? Potentially. That is significant risk that I'm not prepared to recommend to council.
Thank you. Mr. Jedlick, what happens if we just restrict and all of a sudden hit a situation where no new development, no infill, no nothing? What happens?
Well, through you, Mayor, I think there's an interesting piece of information that, and to answer your question in a roundabout way, you know, as part of the SAF review, we're undertaking a population study or a growth study to see where our current population is, and what we're seeing is that we're actually not that far off of where we had projected our population to be back a decade ago, but the number of hectares that have been subdivided is substantially under, and which is the way that our model collects revenue. So we are adding population, but it's through densification. You know, I think as council, you often hear that we aren't doing any infill projects, but really we're still densifying, but quietly, and maybe it's not obvious. And so that's something that we're currently digging into through this population study to figure out where everyone is living. And there's different ways to look at that, but you know, just looking at permits and looking at hectares subdivided doesn't tell the full story. So we're actually adding population to existing parts of the city, but maybe not collecting revenue through our servicing agreement fees that we would anticipate to pay for this infrastructure. And to your question, I don't know if there's a way to control that. If people choose to live, you know, 4 people in a house instead of 2, or 2 families in a house instead of 1, that just happens, and that population is there, and it's not necessarily a new connection to the system, but it's additional users drawing on the system. So, which, you know, I'm getting to the point that you know, this capacity will be needed, and we can't necessarily stop that type of growth.
I appreciate that. My question is, if this project does not proceed, and we have to stop all development, what happens? I know you can't even comprehend it. What I'm saying is that we are going to be in a situation where we put people's lives at risk, and so by legislation far beyond our powers, we won't be able to build more units, commercial, residential, or otherwise. What happens?
I would perhaps look to Mr. Doney for an answer. In terms of what happens,
Housing market, sir. What happens to the housing market?
You can stop the housing market. Those people will go elsewhere. They'll shift to building outside of the city limits. But I don't believe there's actually a way to stop the population growth if it's just densifying, if people are choosing to live 4 to a unit. There's no way to regulate that. So you still continue to get the population. They draw on the system. You would see more, I guess, nodes that are deficient in the east end, and your fire flow would be reduced. And so, yeah, it causes a number of issues.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through you, the mayor. So in my opinion, if we stop growing, we start to contract and we lose population over time because people will choose to go elsewhere.
I'm going to try another way. What happens to the rental and housing price market if there's no new rental and no new housing, but our population continues to grow?
Through you, Mayor, certainly that's where you see the rampant rent escalations and property value increases because the supply is constrained.
Thanks, I appreciate that. What's the point of order?
Thank you. So I have a point of order, a point of clarification. Simply that voting against this recommendation, when I look at it, so the recommendation is simply for an increase to the approved budget. Voting against it won't stop the project. It just means that the budget wouldn't be increased.
Yeah. Thank you. You've entered into debate. So stop. I'll ask you a question for you. You have $109 million approved. Can you build the project?
Through the chair, no, we cannot proceed. And the reason we can't proceed is that we don't have a budget to complete the project and make it operational. So if, in my opinion, if this is not approved, the project does not proceed.
Thank you. Sorry, got knocked off my question. Sorry, Mr. Jedlick, you said you're working on population modeling right now. Whose statistics are you using?
I would like to direct that question over to Mr. Luke Grazier, who's heading up that project.
Yeah, through the mayor. So we're outsourcing it to a consulting company who specializes in this time of work, and they'll leverage data sources from Statistics Canada, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and other agencies like that to come up with some recommendations and assumptions for Regina. So it'll be a combination.
And I'll perhaps add to that one source of data is health cards, which has been a source of information that appears to be current in terms of where people are living.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll leave it off. Councillor Hawkins, please close off debate.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to salute Councillor Massanelli and adopt his thinking when he says very simply, growth contributes to the quality of life, and he wants growth and quality of life for this city. I want to salute Councillor Bresciani and Councillor Findura, both of whom reminded us, in the case of Councillor Bresciani, that the needs of the city are citywide, and in the case of Councillor Findura, the councillor with the most experience, when he reminds us we are a community that must grow together. That's what this debate was all about. It was not about whether or not people water their lawn in the summer. I have a question for the administration. My understanding is that you can bring back the report from the second clause of my amendment within a month to council. Is my understanding correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, correct.
Thank you. On that basis, I want to say to council that I will reintroduce the motion on the second tank. Councillor Bresciani will second that motion. I think what we've heard in the roundup debate on the main motion, just how important that second tank is and just how financially prudent it would be to build it now. With those remarks, I say that I support the solution for the pressure in the east end. This is an important project that's been brought forward. I'd ask council to approve it, and I think in a month we can make it even better. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hawkins. Really good questions, really good debate, good points highlighted. Clerks, I'm going to ask you to start the vote. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. The vote is on the main motion as amended, with the report coming back in a month.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes in a vote of 8-2. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors LeBlanc and Zakidniak.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council will now consider CR 23-69, 2022 annual debt report. Councillor Mancinelli has item CR 23-69. These are both public notice reports. So Councillor Mancinelli, I'm going to ask, as it's an Audit and Finance Committee report, that you introduce as chair.
Sure, I'm just trying to find it in my agenda because there it is, sorry. So in the first meeting of the new Finance Committee, we discussed, I'm sorry, did you say 23-69? Okay. We discussed this annual debt report. With it, it came with a really intricate discussion about whether or not we should increase the current limit from $450 to a $780 million limit. This committee is comprised of council as well as the private public, some people with credentials, various backgrounds. A lot of different opinions were put out. It's a pretty large increase, especially for members of the public new to a committee, that large of a jump. But by the time we were through the debate talking about the inflationary pressures right now, the state of the infrastructure and how it is sitting in our city, and the fact that there hasn't been generational investments on many of our assets for 50 years to 70 years in some, I thought we came to the decision it was prudent thinking to go for the increase in the credit, because these problems aren't going to go away. They have to be faced, and the times we're in will call for that credit to be used to get these jobs looked after and to have a city worth living in. So it comes as a recommendation to pass it, and I hope you guys endorse the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor McAfee. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nelson, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Findura. As mover, Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
I have nothing. I trust the judgment of what is going on, and I absolutely support this. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. Through the chair. So I have a question about page 6 of the report. You've listed a number of items. One, of course, is the Eastern Pressure Solution Project. That makes sense. Did you include these as a kind of an assortment of examples that we might need debt financing to advance? Are they in ranked priority? Are there other items? The reason I ask that is, the city has a number of master plans, capital plans, different strategies and frameworks. I think there's going to be a lot of competition for resources in the years ahead. Would it be fair to say that this is already the list of projects that are prioritized and will consume the balance of debt that we might take on?
Mr. Lacey or Ms. Anderson? Mr. Lacey?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So I would start to say that list on page 6 is not a priority. It's not ranked from 1 to 5 or 6, so it's not ranked based on priority. I think council down the road needs to make those prioritization decisions. What it was meant to illustrate was that these are known, very large known capital projects that are on the horizon here that I think council has talked about from time to time. That we know are projects, just as we had the conversation on the Easter pressure solution, that are going to be either required for growth, are going to be required more broadly with respect to our community goal of having a vibrant community. And so it speaks to some of the other projects like a main central library branch, a multi-purpose event center, etc. And so the reason administration, is advancing this recommendation for council's consideration to improve the debt limit is in part to provide council and the city the flexibility when opportunities present themselves to advance these critical projects. And perhaps there's other ones that might come up or that are deemed to be a higher priority by council, but perhaps maybe of a less dollar value than what I flagged here. And so I think that flexibility is important, particularly as it comes to time sensitivity for some of these projects, like the Easter pressure solution we just talked about. But also with respect to, we've also talked about grant funding and pursuing grant funding. And so I think a number of these projects likely wouldn't proceed unless opportunities become available for third-party grant funding. Typically when that happens, typically the city is still asked to contribute to a portion of those costs. So having that room available in our debt limit provides City Council that ability then and that flexibility. And as Ms. Pham had indicated, sometimes the turnaround time for some of that grant funding is pretty short. And so this provides the city the flexibility to pursue those opportunities when they present themselves. And I would just say, and it gets kind of back to that prioritization discussion, that by increasing the debt limit does not mean our debt grows. What it does is it provides council that flexibility in the future to take on debt if it deems it's a priority for the city to do so. And so any new debt would only be realized through future council approvals based on need, based on prioritization, and a review and analysis of our financial capacity and how we would basically fund that debt.
Thank you. I'm curious, I guess, I have no opposition to the spirit of what's being achieved here, and I certainly support it, I understand it. Would it be feasible for administration to provide us with a supplemental report that would provide an opportunity to have that conversation about ranking and prioritization? There's no uncertainty about the kind of projects we've committed to. Because my point here is I'd rather we had that conversation in tandem with the debt discussion.
Ms. Anderson, I'm going to have maybe you respond to this in terms of that's a much bigger conversation about prioritizing, because I believe that's what this council is for and what administration is in terms of recommending to us, but please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think, again, as we're trying to work through some of the prioritization exercises, I guess just a better understanding specifically of the details you'd be looking for, and then I'd actually ask Mr. Lacey how much additional work it would be to collect that information.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, would you ask for what the detail, this appears to be more of an undertaking than a supplemental report, but
Sure.
what is the undertaking that you're asking for?
So I initially had crafted this by way of a referral motion, but I don't want to end debate. I'll just read it and then give you a sense of kind of where I was going here. I'm not going to put this on the floor, but I'll give you a sense here. That administration return to council with a supplemental report outlining specific projects and project timelines that might require debt financing to commence or reprioritize in accordance with master plans, capital plans, community safety and well-being strategy, and the sustainability framework. So the spirit here through the chair is that we would draw from what we've identified as high priorities and really tether those priorities to this debt ceiling request.
Mr. Lacey, please.
So, through you, Mayor Masters, so I think ultimately that's a conversation. So administration can certainly look at putting something together. I think there's a lot of variables that you can create a list and prioritize it, and a year from now, something new a new information, new assumption comes in, that I think council needs to be flexible, I would advise, to change those priorities. And so the priorities aren't written in stone. And so an example I might have is if a funding stream comes available, for example, and that funding stream might be fairly restricted in what you can spend it on. So maybe you've prioritized and that funding stream relates to project number 6 on your priority list. But that's the funding that's currently available. And perhaps you can pay 50% or 2/3 of that project through that other funding stream. And so to some extent, for me, there's some fluidity to what those priorities are. And I think there are a number of factors and assumptions that are going to influence over time what are those priorities. And so, you know, I struggle a little bit with administration coming back, and we'd be doing that in a little bit of a vacuum, I think. But we could certainly, you know, come back with those recommendations. But I'd also say that, you know, in the report it notes that we talk about growth projects, and so, you know, we've identified the Eastern Pressure Solution Project as an example. We're going to have a report back on the SAF model, right? And there are other projects associated with that model. Maybe not the $160 million that the Eastern Pressure Solution Project is, but there are a number of other projects on there related to growth that right now we don't have the money in that model, and so we may need to look at financing and do some of those other projects. And so I'm just a little concerned that we have a budget process, I'd say, is where council really has the opportunity to prioritize what's going to come up in the next year. I think if council decides to take on additional debt, there's an opportunity about, given that particular situation, is that the right project, given we know some of the other stuff that's out there? And so, you know, I would tend to say it's important to have the broader conversation about what are some of the larger infrastructure projects that we know we're probably going to have to do in the short and medium term. I'm not sure having a list that we prioritize now, potentially set expectations around, then we have new information that comes in that requires us to rejig that list. You know, I think limits flexibility potentially a little bit for council. So I guess what I'm saying here is that if that's the desire of council for us to do a report like that and come back with a prioritized list, and council can debate that, certainly we can do it. I think the more appropriate time to do that is when we have a budget conversation. And as well, if a particular debt issuance comes to this table, for that to be talked about, is that where we want to spend and exercise debt compared to our other priorities. So I would lean to say that would be my advice, is that there's other mechanisms and forums for us to have that conversation. Ultimately, we'll take the direction of council, though, with respect to this.
If I could follow up, so I kind of heard two things through the chair. One is, yes, you could provide a report if council directs you, or we could kind of wedge it into a budget discussion, but that may not work. So for instance, you know, the multipurpose event center is more of a theory right now than it is an actual project in some respects. So that wouldn't be appropriate to have it in the budget discussion unless we knew it was going ahead, as an example. But the Eastern Pressure Solution Project might be. Or there could be an elevated interest, for instance, in dealing with flood mitigation. And maybe we want to fast track that, and the only way of doing so would be through debt financing. So I guess I'm kind of curious, like, what path here is even feasible? Either you wedge it into a budget discussion, or we have a standalone report.
So through you, Mayor Masters, or you have the conversation when a particular project's identified as a priority, and do you think it's a high enough priority to take debt on with respect to that project? And you can have that conversation in the context of these other projects that we've listed here, and maybe new information that's come forward. And so, Ultimately, I'll take direction, I think we as administration will take direction from council on this piece, but I struggle a little bit with us coming back with a list, with the information that we have, with a whole bunch of other variables out there that we're not necessarily aware of, and where that list can change, and change relatively quickly based on circumstances. But we'll take direction from council on this one.
I guess just as a remark, I'm happy to support the request, but I'm less supportive when it comes to the uncertainty of what we're going to prioritize, which we should be doing. Secondly, we have done this before with the ISIP funding streams. It's a bit different, but nonetheless, we've established priorities for various reasons, so I think we have done that in the past. And I think that's something that we could easily take on. So if I say no to this report, it's not that I'm opposed to the debt financing, it's that I would rather the actual amendment was reconstituted, or the motion was, or the report was reconstituted to actually plug into the request additional specifics on how we're creating a timeline here for spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I just have a few clarification questions first. So this report, it says on there that it came from the Private Audit and Finance Committee meeting on June 1st. That's right. Okay. And then it was published to our meeting agenda for today on June 2nd. And delegations are required to sign up by June 5th at noon. Is that accurate? All of that information?
I'll ask the city clerk to confirm that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, those timelines you cited are correct, Councillor.
Okay, so I've heard some concerns about the lack of notice that the public had. I'm not saying I've heard like a whole bunch of concerns, but I have heard concerns that there were some folks who were not aware that this was coming to council, did not receive notice prior to the deadline had passed for delegations. So that does concern me because this has implications for our residents, potential tax implications and otherwise. If we were to table this report till the next council meeting in order to provide that notice for the public if they wish to speak on this like they do any of our other reports, would there be any negative implications that, I don't know who this question is for, to tabling it for 2 weeks to allow for that notice?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I just would make one additional comment. Like when we talk about debt, we're required to give public notice that this will be talked about in a council meeting. So I believe, well, we met those notice timelines, and so I believe a week and a half ago, this would have been in the city papers that we were talking, not the report, but we would have been given notice that we would be talking about an increase in the debt limit today, as well as posting on the city's website as well, on the appropriate page there. So I just wanted to add that as contextual information with respect to meeting notice timelines. Ultimately, you know, I would like to proceed sooner than later to having that discussion with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. But if council decides to defer it to the next council meeting, I'll certainly leave that to council. I mean, it won't have an immediate impact like the Easter Pressure Solution report that we just talked about. Mm-hmm. So I'll leave that to council to determine whether or not they want to table.
I did see that on page 5, and thank you for pointing that out. In the communications section, it does say there was notice that a report such as this would be considered in the leader post, the city's website, and the public notice board. Now, one has to be paying attention to any of those 3 things in order to receive that notice, right? So it's not notice, it only works if you are tuned into those 3 different ways of receiving notice. So if I do wish to move a tabling motion, I guess I may as well do that, which is non-debatable. Okay.
Councillor LeBlanc, a seconder. Thank you. No debate. Well, you can state your reasons why, and if you haven't already.
Yeah, I think I have, but I will just briefly say I just think that just like any other report that comes to council, it's fair that if residents wish to come and speak to us about this, that they have the opportunity to do so, and this will just give the public a little bit more notice should they wish to register to speak to us or contact us in any other way.
Thank you. The motion is to table it to June 21st. Clerks, please call the tabling motion. Vote.
The tabling motion is lost in a vote of 3 in favor, 7 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Stadnichuk, Stevens, and LeBlanc. Those voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Findura, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, do you have any further questions for administration?
No, I think I just have a couple comments. Now, I'm actually not sure. I understand the reasons why we are considering to increase our debt, but without the opportunity to hear from residents who wish to speak to us on this, I'm not sure if I can support that recommendation. So that's unfortunate. I'll have to give that some thought.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I have just a couple of questions, and it's mostly based on Chart 10 in the report. So through the chair, the chart shows that Regina is the debt ratio to revenues is 42.6%, but that then in the text above says that in 2022 it's actually 44.6%. So Saskatoon is significantly lower, 27.4%. So this report is proposing 100%, which is a significant increase. And I mean, I have to say that my preference would be 85%, just because I find 100% quite large. Is Saskatoon going to be taking on additional debt as well? Do we know, because they have a number of infrastructure projects? Because we'll be way out of line compared to our sister city in the province. If we're at 100% and they're only at 27 or 28%.
Mr. Lacey, you may not be privy to what Saskatoon's intentions are. Do you have?
No, so through you, Mayor Masters, other than knowing that they have a number of significant infrastructure projects too that they've been talking about, I don't have any information with respect to whether or not they intend to ask for an increase or not.
Well, and through the mayor, that chart does, like the rationale is that we need flexibility and that our debt ratio is much lower than the average, but then we're going to be above the average if this is passed. Is that correct?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'd say we may become above average if in future discussions council approves additional debt. So I come back to, this is about increasing the debt limit to provide council flexibility for future decisions. Yes, if we took on additional debt up to this new debt limit, yeah, we would move beyond that. I would say that, this was a kind of a tough discussion we had internally about what is the right number to come forward with, and we presented 3 options in the report. You are right, Calgary and Edmonton are kind of out there a fair amount. And, a lot of their projects are about growth, focused on growth, and are focused on about the vibrancy of their community. I know a lot of Edmonton's debt has gone towards community projects, community centers, etc., recreational centers, and that was a particular focus, I understand, of theirs, recognizing the importance of attracting youth and young families. So I would say that yes, it does move us further away from the medium, which is where we're kind of at now, but not as far as where Edmonton and Calgary are currently at. And I think I come back to the flexibility discussion and the discussion we had about our infrastructure, and the fact that I think there is a recognition that we need to make investments, and we need to make investments over the next 5 years probably. Mm-hmm. And so, there is a potential it could have, an impact on our credit rating, for example. But you look at Calgary and Edmonton, and they're AA credit rating. And so yes, we're AAA, but a AA is still a pretty good credit rating. And I think that as a city, we're in pretty strong financial, well, I know we're in a strong financial position currently because of our credit rating. And so while we might see a decrease, I think you need to balance that with investing into the needs of our community and making sure that we're striking the right balance there. Ultimately, that's council's decision when we bring forward, requests to increase the debt. I don't know if I have anything more to add other than to confirm, yes, it does move us further down that scale above the medium line. It's not necessarily a bad thing, depending on what we're making investments in.
Okay. Another question through you, Mayor Masters, is you did mention that if we increase our debt, that our credit rating could go down, and that this could increase our servicing costs of the debt. Do you have any sense at all of what kind of an increase that would be? Is it based on the Bank of Canada rates, or is it even a completely different rate for municipalities?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'd say it's a possibility. I wouldn't say that it would happen, because credit rating agencies look more than just at what your debt load is. They look at your liquidity, and there's a whole bunch of other ratios that they look at. And in some of those ratios, we do very well in. I have heard that, the difference between, for example, a AAA credit rating and a AA plus credit rating, so one rating down, might be a couple of basis points, right? So we're talking 0.1 or 0.2%. And so while I want to acknowledge it can have a impact on the cost of your financing, that cost typically isn't significant as long as you're staying in those higher range of credit ratings, right? And I think our report shows that, we're really lucky to have a AAA credit rating. Saskatoon has a AAA credit rating. But most cities that we have in our comparison actually are at a AA or somewhere in a AA plus, AA minus, which are still viewed as being very strong credit ratings.
Okay. Mayor Masters, I actually wanted to move option 2 in the report, which would be that we increase the debt limit so that it would be 85%. Or 660 million instead of the 780 million at 100% of our revenues. I could do that.
Councillor Stadnicek requires a seconder. She's amending it. Councillor LeBlanc is going to second that. Go ahead.
Okay. Just, I am a bit wary of jumping from 42 or 44% to 100%. And I know that it's just a debt limit that we will borrow within those means. I just am worried about going that high and then feeling that we are going to we're going to spend more than possibly what might be wise, and there could be difficult times that come across. So I just I'd feel more comfortable with 85%. I'm a bit debt adverse, and I know that debt is important for a city to take on projects, but I would just feel a lot more comfortable with 660 million is still a significant increase on our 450.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Mancinelli.
I'd like to speak to the amendment. Just wanted to share some of the concepts talked about in the Audit and Finance Committee, this being one of them. I voiced this opinion myself in the committee. I'm not a fan of debt. My dad always taught me to save, but this isn't my money I'm budgeting with. This is the city's money and all the residents' money. This goes forward from years to come. It's 10 years since the last time we adjusted the debt limit. Right now we're in a high inflationary time with large projects and infrastructure that's 10 years older than it was last time we had the debt limit increased and still has been repaired. Much of our infrastructure is well past the due date, as we're well aware of already, and it's been left for multiple generations and fallen on our backs. And surprisingly, no one left us a pot of money to fix it with. It's truly on our backs. So that means that we can't instantly raise taxes so we don't have to take on debt, because I'm not comfortable with debt either. But we're going to be stuck with the decisions on fixing these things. And when we can't predict where inflation is going to land in the next couple of years, and we have an administration that's busy planning all the needs of the city and everything that has to go around, and a finance department that has to balance its tax rate with the needs that we put upon them and trying to be appealing to the residents as well, there's only so much work that can be done. So with all those things in mind, it was considered advisable that we go to the recommended debt limit right off the get-go and follow through with the necessary work we need to do as a municipality. To come up short would only make more work later on, especially not understanding where inflation is going to land and how much it's accelerated over the past 2 years. And these are the type of concepts that we discussed at the committee level to come to the recommendation before you today, and that's why the recommendation stood where it was. The idea of trying to keep it lower was so appealing to so many, but as, I'm sorry, I don't know the names of my fellow members of the committee yet, I'm kind of forgetting, I think it was Ted. He pointed out that well-structured debt is as important as having no debt because it carries you forward. So I thought that really carried well from the committee meeting, so I thought I'd share that along. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this amendment. 2 reasons. One is we have an expert committee that has carefully considered it, and when that committee makes a recommendation, I think we would need compelling reasons not to follow the recommendation. I simply haven't heard any compelling reasons why we should not follow the recommendation. The second reason is this. Debt, if used wisely, is a good thing. Most people, when they buy a house, go into debt. It's called a mortgage. And they consider that a wise investment because they know they will live in that house for many years. So if you use your debt to invest properly, and in particular in the kinds of capital projects which are a compelling need for this growing city at this present time, I think we can be confident that the debt will be used to good purposes. So debt used to good capital purposes to promote growth is advisable. I respect the committee's view, and I won't be supporting the amendment, and will be supporting the main motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Statachek, did you wish to close off debate?
Just that I appreciate Councillor Mancinelli's comments in terms of what they discussed at committee. I still am uncomfortable with high level of debt, so that's why I brought this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Statachek. Clerk, can you please call the vote on the amendment?
Mayor Masters, the amendment has been defeated in a vote of 3 to 7. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, and LeBlanc. Those members voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself.
Thank you very much. To the clerk, Councillor Statachek, you have a couple minutes left. Did you wish to?
Nope, I'm fine, thanks.
Excellent.
Oh, wait, there is one more question I did have.
Go
Just
ahead,
one
please.
more that
No,
I
no, go ahead,
forgot.
please.
It's just that if, how often, like Councillor Mancinelli mentioned that it's been 10 years since the last time the debt rate limit was raised. How often is it, you just come to, how difficult is it to bring an amendment to council? You just bring it when you feel that there's a requirement for debt, or is it quite a lengthy process through the Municipal Finance Corporation?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so the Municipal Finance Corporation will have its own process to review the city's request, and it'll make its own decision independent of the city. In our discussions with them, it typically takes 2 to 3 months for that process to happen. And they'll be looking at many of the same things that we looked at in bringing this report forward. They'll be looking at what types of things the debt is required for to be able to demonstrate the need to have that flexibility of an increased debt limit. I think we have a good case for that, as we've articulated here. And then as well, they will look at some of the financial ratios that we've talked about here as well, and our ability to support the additional debt. So I would say there is a third-party provincial level review of this as well, that, you know, if I was to give council some comfort as well, that there will be that additional review by the province to say that, yes, we support that type of an increase. And I would say that with respect to, you know, a future increase, I think it'll depend on the circumstances. What additional projects or things do we think are important for us to finance? Can we advance a case for the importance of those? And as well, what's the overall financial position of the city? So we can take an amendment request forward at any point in time, but I think we would need to have good rationale for why we're doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Nelson, do you wish to close off debate?
No.
Thanks very much. Clerks, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor. Those voting against are Councillors Stadnichuk, Sakidniak, and Stevens.
Thank you very much. The Clerks Council, we're at a mandated 15-minute break. I'll see you back here at 4:31, 4:32. I think I have quorum. Welcome back, council. We're going to go to tabled public notice reports. I'd like to call upon delegation DE 23-109, Robert Byers from Brent Emerald Housing Corporation, Nick Sackville from Big Block Construction, and Derek J. Ramage from the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Gentlemen, as you approach, I'm going to ask that you each introduce yourself for the record, what city and town you reside in, organization you're representing. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for waiting.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Byers. I'm the CEO of Namron Housing Corporation here in Regina, and I reside in Regina.
I'm Derek Ramage. I'm a housing specialist with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and I reside in Regina as well.
And I'm Nick Sackville, VP of Community Development with Big Block Construction. I am from Saskatoon.
We won't hold it against you, sir. Please, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, on May 11th council meeting, I was asked to, I guess, bring some sort of documentation to council that showed our commitment to the development of an affordable housing project on Lauren and 11th. We did submit a letter to the city clerk's office, which I believe was distributed to all of you. We've since signed an agreement, a development agreement with Big Block Construction. We've met with CMHC, who is committed to supporting Namron in the development. As far as, that's really about all I have to say. I hope you did all get the letter. Yes, okay. And we do have, I didn't send out anything regarding the timelines, but we do have timelines that were a part of the agreement that we signed with Big Block, and maybe Nick can talk a little bit to that.
Sure, yeah. So I can say that I believe everything that was asked of us from the last council meeting has been done, and you know, as Robert mentioned, we did sign a pre-development services agreement with Namron Housing Corporation to offer pre-development support for that stage of the project, leading up to the point where we'd actually have the funding in place to be able to commence full design and construction of the project. Yeah, I did speak a little bit about the timeline of the project during the last council meeting, but just from a high-level perspective, the pre-development stage of the project we anticipate to take about 9 months, 9 to 12 months, and we anticipate being able to start design sometime during the winter, the upcoming winter, and then to be able to begin construction in the spring with site services, simultaneously being able to construct the modular portion of the building in the factory, and craning throughout late 2024, early 2025, completing the site towards the end of the construction season 2025 for full occupancy and possession. So yeah, I think everyone was here when I made my comments last time, so I won't belabor those, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
And myself, I'm just here to support Robert. I've been working with Robert for probably 4 years. This is will be the second go around on this particular parcel with respect to buildings on there, and CMHC has come back with some recommendations in terms of viability to make it actually well, viable for CMHC to go with the funding on it, and it has been scaled back to a point where it's more possible, and with the construction costs being considerably lower than what they were at the initial application. So yes, CMHC is supporting Namron with this venture for sure, and have had discussions with them specifically with this new building design that's coming forth, and also in terms of underwriting the project with our underwriters with CMHC. It's not me, it's somebody else, but we have had meetings with them as well, so we were working hand in hand with them along the way.
I guess I would also briefly, add that we did have a meeting with administration staff yesterday, just to introduce them to the project concept and to get some guidance in terms of potential pathways of support in terms of financial support from the City of Regina, as well as work through some initial, pre-development questions that we had, so.
Mr. Byers, you want to close anything off, or you're good to open for questions?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. One moment, please. All right. First set of questions. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Just to jog my memory, we're kind of where we were over a month ago. You've indicated support, but there is no financial guarantee to finance this project right now. Is that correct?
From CMHC?
Yeah.
There is no financial guarantee to
So-
finance this project right now,
okay.
no.
And what is preventing CMHC from financing the entire project?
Well, the first thing that's preventing it at this point is it's not been fully submitted to CMHC. So there's been no viability numbers. We've talked about it because we've had meetings with them, but nothing's on paper for us to go, okay.
And would they be in a position, based on their policies, to fully finance this after you've submitted whatever materials you need to demonstrate that this is a viable product?
Would CMHC be in a position?
Yeah.
With our co-investment program? Yes. We would be, yes. So it's under their co-investment program, right? So it's essentially a loan program that CMHC issues the loan for, and a payback could be over 50 years.
Right, thank you. Through the chair, that spring 2024 construction timeline, all conditional upon the finances, right? So you've talked logistics, without money, this is not going to happen, correct?
That's correct. So, and I guess based on our experience, we have done co-investment applications before, given what we're hearing in terms of support, not just at Derek's level, but all the way up to the very top of CMHC, direct conversations with Romy Bowers, that are very interested in supporting Amherst, not just in the context of developing affordable housing, but supporting for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing projects. And our experience with the CMHC Co-Investment Fund, we're confident that, as long as we can meet those viability requirements, which, that is all based on, the levels of affordability that you're trying to achieve and other factors in the project. But I am very confident that, we've given enough time, plus a bit of additional room to be able to start in 2024.
Okay.
And our whole goal is to build communities, and we do so at full throttle. So I wouldn't be making these kinds of claims if I wasn't reasonably confident that we could deliver, because there's a reputational risk on our perspective as well.
That's what I was going to ask through the chair. We've heard this several times, and it hasn't come to fruition. So if 2024 rolls around, you're back here again, you are aware that you've made a promise, and that promise will have been broken by that point if we don't see any advancement. Are you concerned about any kind of reputational harm or risks there?
I mean, certainly that you could look at that as a concern that we may have. I would say that there's a different process that Big Block follows, a more integrated approach to developing projects that are not disjointed based on the stage of the project that you're in. So, the financial viability of the project is a critical piece that we are assisting with, whereas previous potential partners on the project may not have focused in that area. And that's something that we've done for all the projects that we've built, not just under co-investment, but other market rental projects that we've built as well. The financial viability is a key piece. So we look at everything together at the same time, and that allows us to have a much higher level of confidence in being able to deliver this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much. I've had lots of questions regarding this. We've been told that you were in talks with CMHC. When I first got into council and you first asked for the extension, we found out that that wasn't true. Now CMHC is here to say that we've been in, no, you did tell me.
What did I lie about? Did you just say I lied to you?
Councillor Nelson, we don't enter into debate.
I'm not going to accept that.
So what I'm saying is that now CMHC is here to say that, yes, this is something that we're going to look into.
Wow.
How long before they came to you, and will this take before something is going to go through the process of being approved through the chair.
Ms. Mayor, do I get an apology for being called a liar in public like this?
I think if we have Mr. Ramage answer the question first.
Okay, so how, can you repeat your question, please?
So, yeah, so when this, you're here now, you weren't here before when they were asking for the extension. You're here now saying that they've come to you to ask for financing and that it's going through the process.
Yes.
So when did they come to you for you to be here, and how long will this process take before it's approved through the chair?
So I had the first initial meeting, so, okay, so I'll back up. So this has been going on, like this project originally I was involved with, it was much bigger than what it's proposed to now. So this was, I don't know how many years ago it was, a number of years ago. So it was a parking lot then. CMHC, myself, the underwriter I was referring to, was working with them to try to get this thing off the ground. As I mentioned in my first comments, it just wasn't viable because of scale and cost. And so we went back to them and said, okay, scale it back essentially. Let's revamp this. We still are interested. We still want to do this. We had another project with NAMRIN under a separate program that we had funding for. The building wasn't a good fit, so it fell apart. Now, I've been working, again, with the same parcel. I have been working with NAMRIN and some consultants probably 9 months ago on this. And then Robert came to me maybe a month and a half ago saying, hey, we got a new partner, we got Big Block, we want to sit down, we want to talk. I said, okay, great, let's sit down, let's talk. We had a meeting with Big Block. They talked about the project, they talked about scaling it back, they talked about some of the costs involved, and that's where we sit today.
Okay, so that kind of gives us perspective. So 9 months ago, we started the talks, and then a month and a half ago is when you're like, okay, now we can scale down and we can make this possibly work. Am I correct in hearing that?
Yeah, 9 months ago, I was working with the consultants on a different consult. So it wasn't Big Block at that time. It was separate consultants that NAMRIN had hired to try to work through a project. And like I say, about five weeks ago, maybe, they say, okay, we have a new partner, sit down with us, let's chat. And I said, okay, let's do that. I met Nick. I brought in my underwriter guy. They talked about the project. They talked about some of the viability and figures on it, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for that, Derek. I just wanted the timelines because we were kind of having a controversy over that.
For sure.
So now, how long from starting this project a month and a half ago, how long do you think this will take? And I see the financing we don't have in place. What all needs to be in place, sorry, and just a quick notes of the things that need to be put into place and the time when this will actually happen. Now that you're involved and now that Big Block's involved, you know who's at the table. That's what I'm wondering.
The soonest I've seen, he asked me this question too, so the soonest I've seen a project go through under this program is 6 months.
6 months.
That's the soonest that I've seen, right? I've seen him go longer than that. I do think in this scenario, because we've worked with NAMRIN before on this and it didn't go through and the same people are involved in working on this, I do think that's reasonable because we do have an appetite to work directly with NAMRIN, and it is the same parcel, and from what I've seen so far, they've taken our advice from the first time that didn't go through and said, okay, well, let's scale it back. Let's do this instead. Like there was some, I won't get into the details of it, but there was some issues, other issues in terms of the building, the first initial layout of the building that residentially, I'll say, didn't work, right? Residentially didn't work for CMHC, and our mandate is residential more specifically, right? So if you get too much commercial in there, CMHC is just, we're not going to not do it, but we're going to have some clawbacks, I'll say, in terms of that. So they've scaled the number of units back. They've scaled back some commercial. And like I say, we had the meeting and from my underwriter guy, he's like, you know, this makes a lot more sense, and they've listened to what we've said the first time. So
Okay, well, that's promising coming.
it is promising.
From you.
Yeah.
No financial guarantee from CMHC. What does that mean for us as counselors to hear that in the report through the chair?
Well, we don't have an approval, right? There's no approval, right? So we haven't seen the final application come in terms of anything, right? The viability or anything. I'm sure some of the incomes are the same in terms of what the residents might be getting, and I'm sure we haven't seen the operating costs on the building. We haven't seen the total cost on the building yet. So, I mean, we just haven't seen an application. So it's hard for me to say anything. I mean, the program exists, right? If they hit the certain metrics, it's gonna be approved, right? So if it's affordable and, you know, they tick all the boxes in the co-investment application guide, then it's gonna work. I mean, and like I say, because we've been through it before on the first go around, we do have some of that information from the first time around. That should make it easier for the next time.
So, would it be safe to say with everybody now at the table working together, you got Big Block there, they know your program, you're here talking to us, and because we want this to go through. Council wants this to go through. We're eager for this to go through. We need this. But is it 6 months a realistic goal to say, come back to council, say, you know what, it's actually happening. We have the financing approved. We have everything in place. Would that be a safe bet to say through the chair? How about 8 months?
How about a year? Okay, like I said, 6 months is the fastest I've seen. And because this is this has taken a long time, like for me to say, yeah, 6 months, sure, go ahead. Like, I don't know how I could say that because I'm not approving it, right? A year would be far more reasonable for me to say, yeah, a year is reasonable for this thing because we haven't even seen the application, right? So obviously I'd be more comfortable saying a year than 6 months. However, I've seen 6 months, so.
You know what, I'm going to leave it there. I'll let the rest of council ask questions.
Mr. Byers, I'll come back around after I confer with Ms. Nelson. I'll let someone else ask a question. One moment, please. Councillor Fundura, go ahead, please.
I think, you want to go first? Okay. I'll ask a question, then you can go with the point. Do you want me to ask the question? Okay, all right. Okay. We'll talk. Through the chair, you talked about viability that goes to CMHC, being viable, and I think if looking back, I've been here the whole time for when it started and for the extensions of the parking lot too, because of the certain things were going on. And you put a very good point to say, because the project was too big and CMHC is residential. So I'm going to ask you, would you say that the NAMREN understood that too big of a commercial unit kind of interfere with what their project should be? Would that be kind of idea or thinking, and then not having a clear explanation here to actually extend, because we're just saying extending, but one thing is extending, but the purpose of extending where the guidelines are, what we see, what's happening, maybe you didn't see all that. So was that part of that? Maybe the NAMREN just didn't have all the information, or didn't know about that, or what would, because it slowed things down, right? So you just said viable, major commercial stuff, you know, residential, and then now because it's been flipped to more residential, less commercial, you okay with that?
Yes, I would say yes, because that was a recommendation from CMHC upon the first building with double the amount of units, saying it's too big and the construction costs were too high based on the incomes coming in, and basically scale it back. And based on what I saw 5 weeks ago, that is the case.
Okay, so the quick question too, because I do remember asking, because we were looking for a growing downtown. And we needed a grocery store, we needed some kind of event, things for residential to be viable.
I think that's still part of the plan.
Right.
It's
But
just
was
smaller.
it, so am I understanding, was it too big, or what was too big that CMHC didn't get involved there the first time?
So the program itself, so when we look at the viability of the project, we take a look at the residential component. So CMHC will only essentially lend on the residential component of a building. That's our rule. That's what we would do. So if there's, and so basically the other X, I don't even know what the percent was, but the other X percent of commercial space had to be other sources of financing, not CMHC. So, and the second thing was, the cost of the building, this is from what I remember, from the incomes that came in based on the viability spreadsheet versus the costs and the operating expenses didn't seem to line up either, right? So scaling it back has made it a lot more on a debt service ratio closer to the 1.0 we need than it was.
Okay, thank you, that makes total sense. Thank you. To you, Mayor, Mr. Byers, I know you've been back, and I mean, there were some things asked for before, let's say, you were working on it, you wanted to achieve the goal for Nammering housing. You are housing individuals, so you're looking after people, families. And having the extension, or not having an extension, how much of an impact does it put on Nammering Housing as a housing provider? How much of an impact had not having this parking lot to get some cash so you can work on other things? What does that mean to your community, and that's your community, to the community of Nammering community housing?
Well, we currently get or receive $150,000 per year in funding from any level of government. So to take a $380,000 hit is actually devastating. And, like, I didn't wear this little button on my jacket because I'm here. I wear it all the time because every child matters. And we work in the area of homelessness as well. We're getting senior citizens that we're housing because they have nowhere to go, because the rents go up, cost of living goes up, and they're in a fixed income. I met with a homeless lady because we're having an event on September 21st. She's not homeless now, but she lost all her limbs. She lost her hands and she lost her feet. And she said it's because God didn't want her to steal anymore or to run anymore. And she's never been so happy because now she's not using drugs and she stays in Wascana. These are the kind of people that we help. So to deny us, I don't understand. When we talk about revitalizing downtown, I think that's people. But these are all my opinions and thoughts. I don't know where it's written, but I really believe revitalizing and bringing back downtown takes people. And that's what we want to do. And I know we've got a parking lot, and this is our third time being here. I know that. You don't have to remind me. And sometimes I feel a little bit embarrassed by it. But we're trying our best. You got to remember, we're this little nonprofit that's trying to make our community better. We think we can do it with providing affordable housing. That's why we've engaged Big Block. That's why we're talking with Derek. Both of these guys believe in it too. Nick is new. Derek's been with us working on this for 5 or 6 years. And he's still here supporting us. CMHC believes in it. I'm just asking you guys to believe in it as well.
Mr. Byers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pandora. Councillor Nelson?
I just wanted to clarify some stuff. I needed some dates and some figures. When I asked you the dates and the time, or how long that CMHC had been working with you, we were told years ago when we first started that you've been working with them. We now find out from Derek it was 9 months ago, but was that a different project that you were working on them with? Like, I just want to clarify that, because I don't want to call you a liar, but I'm just saying, Derek had said 9 months, and you were saying that you had from months ago. So was it a different project? Was it this project? Because that's what I'd heard for last time.
Same project, but this is a redesign now, so for the past 9 months, we've been working on the redesign. And the other consultants that we worked with, that's where we took it from,
Okay.
I can't even remember, 40,000 square feet of commercial, 200 parking stalls, and 163 units of affordable housing, and that didn't work. So we downsized considerably and we reduced the cost by about 60 or 65%, somewhere in there.
Okay, so it's just a different project, it's a different thing, and that's why we got, it was just a communication, is that correct in saying that?
Say that again?
I was just misunderstood by the communication that I was told 2 years ago versus now. Am I
Okay.
correct in that? Okay. So now, 9 months ago, now he came to you a couple of years ago to say, okay, you need to downsize, and now you have, so now you're meeting these requirements. So this sounds like such a much more viable option. Am I correct in that, to move forward?
Right, and you know, when we talked about the high construction costs, the first go-round was concrete because of the height and the number of apartments in it and the commercial and the parking. But when you downsize, then we can go to wood construction, and that brings the price down considerably.
And I'll just say too, like, when I first met with him 5 weeks ago on this, because it was a number of months that, you know, that, you know, the redesign obviously was happening. That's why I brought in the guy that looks over the numbers that basically said, Derek, it's not gonna, well, and to Robert too, it's not a secret, like Robert's talked to him as well. It's just, you know, we have to do this, right? So I brought him in on the very first meeting, just so he could hear it himself, right? To kind of get his thoughts on it, because I don't approve anything, right? I'm just, I know the programs and I try to help them get it, right? So that's why I brought him in. And so it's basically, you know, from that meeting and from when I talked to him after, he's like, yeah, this Derek is much more viable. I'm excited. That's what he said to me. So that's what I'm going with.
Okay, that's all I have.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Point of order. Responding to Mr. Byers' previous comment, and ask a ruling from the chair. 14 sub 12 sub B of the procedure bylaw. Members shall not, quote, use offensive words in referring to any member or to any official of the city or member of the public. I heard Mr. Byers to say offensive words were used in relationship to him. From Councillor Nelson, I would ask a ruling from the chair on whether that occurred and what, if any, remedy flows from that.
I think the term that was used was the timeline was not true, correct? Do you understand the timeline now?
Yes, now the timeline.
Go ahead, sorry, it wasn't on.
That's not really an apology.
Sorry?
I said that, you know, that's one of those backhanded apologies we call it in my house, but you know what?
All of what, I was just trying to figure out the timeline, and I was just saying, and I apologize, I didn't mean to say it wasn't true. I found out the true timeline, and that's what I needed to find out, and that's what I needed to know. And I was just confused, we got our wires crossed, our communications crossed, so I apologize for that.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure who to direct this to. How many units are now in the building? I'm not sure if I've missed that.
We're envisioning 80 for the development, a mix of different unit types to accommodate different family structures, I guess you could say. Some amenity space for the building, and then some commercial space, I believe about 10% of the building which is much more in line with the guidelines of the co-investment program in terms of there is allowance for some level of non-residential space, but I believe it is under 10% typically that they want to see.
And previously, the project that was, I think it was concrete construction, it was quite big. How many units were in the original?
163.
Oh, gosh, okay. Okay.
And a lot of commercial.
Gentlemen, I see no other questions from council. I'll thank you very much to present. I'll ask you to return to the gallery, and we'll turn to administration on this.
Thank you.
One moment, please. Sorry, just asking clerks to pull up what we're revisiting. We'll now consider item CR 23-54, the contract zone application for 1840 Lorne Street. The item was tabled on May 10th of City Council to give Namarine Housing Corporation the opportunity to submit a letter of intent from their board and to allow an analysis of the letter of intent to be conducted by the city's legal counsel. A copy of Namarine's letter of intent is attached. We have a copy of that with our published list of delegations. Councillor Stanichuk moved concurrence on the main motion, which was to approve the application on May 10th, 2023, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak. Does that sound familiar to you? The recommendation by administration was to deny the application. Planning Commission overturned it.
What doesn't sound familiar to me is I remember moving the tabling motion, but I don't remember it being, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Being the seconder for the concurrence.
Concurrence in the recommendation is on the floor. Councillor Stanichuk, do you wish to speak?
I will just say that I think that from the information given to us by the delegation that there is, they're moving forward, and I'm really excited about this project, and I urge all of council to support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. At Planning Commission, at the first, we debated the denial from the administration, and that vote went 65 to deny the denial, and then we went into the recommendation 1 to approve, and that one was approved by the Planning Commission 7-4. The discussion was that this is bigger than just a piece of property, another parking lot. So Planning Commission felt that it was about the community, and they look at it as a community, and understood the difficulties or the struggles with the project getting a lift off type of thing. And I think at that point I don't believe that the commission had the commission had enough information to know that this project is viable, this project is good for Namarine, for housing even vulnerable seniors, just housing itself, and it's on a transit route, it's downtown, it makes total sense. And that's where the commission decided to go 7-4 to send a recommendation to the council in approval. I see there is, and then another comment was made at the commission was that, because the discussion was that there's another parking lot, and I think administration is saying that within the plan, they were trying to move folks from having parking lots into design and building something. The Planning Commission said, well, is this the only parking lot that we're going to stand on and say, we're going to show, or we're going to make a precedent that we're going to deny this? There's many parking lots that are in downtown area that nothing's being moved on. So why are we picking on this particular parking lot when there is, maybe there's not design, or maybe there's nothing that's coming in, but there was an attempt. And so this is where Commission said that, I don't think it would be fair to say that this is the parking lot that we said no to. Because this parking lot impacts a lot of things, a lot of people, impacts the community, impacts Namur in itself on how they deliver business. And that's where the decision was made on that. So yes, I would say that I would ask the council to approve this. Let's move on. We hear, you have a letter, we hear CMHC is there, it's a scale down, and we hear the big box builder is here, Namur is ready to go. Let's help. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Fundura. Councillor Nelson?
So I agree. Now that we have CMHC at the table, we have Big Block at the table. I've been pushing for this because we need this. And it's just been sitting and sitting and sitting. And it's like, come on, let's do something or not do something. We have the people, the heavy hitters at the table. I really feel this project now has a viable, I think it's going to happen. I mean, they've adjusted to what CMHC needed for the funding. So I'm going to support this, and I'm anxious and happy to see this go through and be a reality in our Regina.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanichuk, did you wish to close off debate?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Clerks, could you please call the vote?
Maybe it was the table. Mayor Masters, the motion is passed in a vote to 9-0, with all members voting in favor, with Councillor LeBlanc having temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Clerk, gentlemen, thanks for sticking up. We will now consider item CM 23-14, the Integrity Commissioner Investigation Report number 2023-02. Before the formal consideration of this report, I'll ask the City Clerk to speak to the procedural process for considering the formal complaint investigation report from the alternate Integrity Commissioner in accordance with the Code of Ethics Bylaw number 2017-4. After the City Clerk is done speaking on the procedure, we will have some more procedural moments here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Today before you is a report from the alternate Integrity Commissioner respecting a complaint that was made under the Code of Ethics Bylaw from Councillor Trina Nelson against Councillor Andrew Stevens. We had an appointed alternate Integrity Commissioner, that being Randy Langard, the former Commissioner, due to the unavailability of the regular Integrity Commissioner. Just to remind you, the findings from the Commissioner are his and his alone. This is not your responsibility or duty. Substantiated complaints are presented to Council, and those that are not do not come here. Everything remains confidential. This report was initially considered in camera by Executive Committee in May, and it is now here for a public discussion. Before we get into it, the Mayor will be asking Councillors Nelson and Stevens to recuse themselves for the record because of the inherent conflict, and they will be invited to sit in the gallery. What will then happen is Mayor Masters will ask the Integrity Commissioner to provide a high-level overview of his report, which was attached to this. Subsequent to that, he will return to the gallery. Councillor Nelson, as the complainant, will be called upon to present her case. You may ask her questions at that time. When you're done with Councillor Nelson, Councillor Stevens, as respondent, will be asked to come forward. He will explain his side of the situation, and then you will be again afforded opportunities to ask Councillor Stevens. When that is done, the Integrity Commissioner will come back. You can ask him questions of clarification, etc., but it is not to debate his findings, it is just to understand how he arrived at them. And then ultimately, Council has to make a decision as to whether to accept the Integrity Commissioner's recommendations that are outlined in the report CM 23-14, or recommend something else, keeping in mind that they must be within the parameters of existing legislation and the bylaw. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk. I believe Councillors Nelson and Stevens will each declare a conflict of interest. Go ahead.
I declare conflict of interest.
Thank you so much. Go to the gallery. Councillor Stevens.
Also declare conflict of interest as I'm named in the report.
Thank you. Mr. Langard, as you so eloquently heard our city clerk outline, you're going to do a presentation, then I'm going to ask you to return to the gallery, and after the other claimant and respondent both speak, we're going to call you back up for some questions, if that's all right.
Greetings, Mayor Masters and members of City Council. You have my report before you, and I'm sure you've read it over. So I'm just going to provide you with a very high-level overview of what the report, the meat of the report, if you will. Briefly, a complaint was made by Councillor Nelson that Councillor Stevens breached the confidentiality rules in the ethics bylaw by disclosing a confidential report made by the Integrity Commissioner. I was brought into this because the Integrity Commissioner had a conflict in relation to this matter and could not act. In a nutshell, I have found that Councillor Stevens did violate the ethics bylaw, specifically section 27 sub 2. Let me explain. The confidential report I'm referring to is sent by the Integrity Commissioner to Councillors Stevens and Nelson on June 13th of last year. It was marked confidential. The Integrity Commissioner's cover letter made it clear that only they, meaning the two councillors, would be receiving that report. The reason why the report was to be kept confidential was because last year Councillor Stevens had made several allegations that Councillor Nelson had herself violated the Code of Ethics. However, all of those allegations were dismissed by the Integrity Commissioner. In such a case, an Integrity Commissioner's report is not to be made public. Therefore, the Integrity Commissioner's instruction to the parties was that her report on the allegations in question was to be kept confidential. Bears mentioning that Councillor Stevens was not pleased with the Integrity Commissioner's report, largely because he felt the process for handling the complaint was flawed. Problems arose when he sent an email to the acting city manager, acting city clerk, city solicitor, and all other members of City Council on July the 4th of last year, disclosing the confidential report. This is how Councillor Stevens violated the bylaw, by acting contrary to the instructions of the Integrity Commissioner in disclosing the report to others. Section 27 sub 2 requires that every person acting under the Integrity Commissioner's instructions shall preserve secrecy with respect to all matters that come to the Commissioner's knowledge in the course of any investigation. That's the provision in question. Councillor Stevens' reasons for disclosing the report do not justify violating the confidentiality requirements of the bylaw. I have recommended that he be censured for this. Councillor Stevens has acknowledged that circulating the first report in the way that he did was an error and a lapse in judgment, and he has said that he regretted it immediately. However, there is a dispute over whether he has apologized to Councillor Nelson for what has happened. That is why I have recommended that he make a formal apology to her to bring some closure to this matter. Thank you, and I would be pleased to try and clarify any aspects of my report in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Langard. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I'll ask Councillor Nelson as the complainant to come forward to make her statement presentation to council.
Your worship and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I want to start by thanking the Office of the Integrity Commissioner for their professionalism, diligence, and thorough report. They were tasked with investigating important issues related to the breach of confidentiality. Confidentiality influences trust, and the trust comes under good governance. This issue needed to be investigated. To that office, I say thank you. I'm supportive of the report presented to council, and I'm comfortable with the issues have been fully investigated, and it is now time to move forward. In the spirit of moving forward, I'm excited about working with the mayor and all of us councillors to ensure we fulfill the expectations of all residents in Regina. Regina is an amazing city. It has so much going for it, and it has so much potential. As we move forward, it is the potential and possibilities that excite me. We made a promise to the citizens of Regina and of this city, open-minded, inclusive, and generous with our commitment to be there for them. It is our job to work with all groups for the benefits of Regina. It is our job to work with all levels of government for the benefit of Regina. It is our job to do what we say we are going to do for the benefits of Regina. I'm here to serve the people the best that I can. We are here to serve the people the best we can. We are here to create the space for all citizens to have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Do any members of council have any questions of Councillor Nelson? Councillor Nelson, I have one. Why did you bring this application forward?
I wasn't going to. I didn't feel that a breach of confidentiality of something that he wrote against me was a big deal. It was, I could have cared less if the newspaper got it and showed it to everybody. It was just a bunch of rubbish. But throughout the year, I heard a councillor come to me that said, I believe that Councillor Stephen has breached confidentiality, but we can't prove it. So I sat there and I felt guilty because I knew I could prove it. Another councillor came to me. We have had discussions within our council, within us councillors, a breach of confidentiality. I felt guilty that I knew of a breach of confidentiality. I could prove that breach of confidentiality, and that I, as a responsible elected official, did not do my job by reporting this.
Thank you. In terms of confidentiality, what are the repercussions of something like this?
This report, obviously nothing, it's just my credibility within the city, which, I mean, he has totally been able to demolish based on lies and misinformation. But when it comes, it's important, when it comes to land deals, when it comes to the integrity of our city, building of our city, we talked about this today. If somebody knew about us building more water treatments, would that be something that we could disclose? Confidentiality is vitally important for the success and the moving forward of our city when it comes to business and growth. And us, as a council, we need, I believe we need our residents to know that when something is said to us, when confidentiality is given to us, we respect that, and we respect the oath that we took when we entered into the office.
Thank you. One last question. One of the recommendations within Mr. Langard's report is that Councillor Stevens provide you with a written apology to settle the matter. Do you want one?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
One incident that is before us that the ethics commissioner has examined, the integrity commissioner has examined. So I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about anything else other than this incident.
Thank you. You can return to the gallery. Councillor Stevens, come forward. Please proceed, Councillor Stevens.
You bet. Thank you. So I'll just admit here that this was a two-part error on my part, and I accept responsibility as I've done so already. The first was assuming that city staff, notably the clerk, solicitor, and city manager, would be considered as within the sphere of confidentiality and not considered members of the public as per the code, and I was wrong. The second mistake was accidentally including my council colleagues on a thread that then shared the commissioner's second report on the other allegations, and this was done in error. My concern at the time was that the serious allegations that I had brought forward, some of them on behalf of other residents, did not receive proper attention and follow-up. So this actually had nothing to do with the councillor in question, but it was actually with the integrity commissioner, Ms. Angela Kruk. I remain committed to that position and the reason for advancing my concerns in the first place. Foremostly, there appears to be a double standard with regards to the evidence required to advance an investigation, and I'll happily provide details if you ask. For this mishap, I apologize to Councillor Nelson as we left chambers when Councillor discussed the matter in private, and at the time it was my assumption that the Councillor and I had forged a positive working relationship. I was wrong. Should Council believe that my mistake was meant to humiliate Councillor Nelson, please look at the facts. One, the whole process commenced over a year ago with a request to the city clerk to provide me with options to help build a relationship with the councillor and to work with her to stop making statements at council and in public that cast a negative light on us all. Second, I asked the commissioner to withdraw the complaint before it came to council for a decision. Councillor Nelson was at the time found to be in violation of the code, but a withdrawal was not possible at that time. The councillor made clear that a brain injury was the cause of her problems, and council dismissed the commissioner's sanction recommendations accordingly. Third, if I wanted to cause reputational harm to the councillor, I would have posted the report on social media or shared it with the media, as I was asked to do. Humiliating the councillor was never my intention, and it certainly is not now. Ironically, this integrity complaint is doing more to make these matters public than sending the original report to council. Misinterpreting the code and accidentally informing my colleagues is very different than, say, leaking a private council motion to the press, which happened very recently. And honestly, a simple email would have resolved the matter from the start, since the process is not meant to be punitive. And I thought we had moved on. Evidently, the councillor had other plans and chose to advance a complaint months after the incident for the sake of reprisal, in my opinion. Mr. Langar and I had a meaningful conversation about my appropriate course of action, what it should have been when it comes to advancing my concerns about the process, and that was helpful, and I've learned. If council decides that the most expensive email mistake in council history warrants discipline, that's your prerogative. But the apology is another matter. Whatever remorse I had initially possessed has since evaporated. The councillor recently took to social media to say things about me which were both absurd and untrue. They caused no offense, and I initially believed that the Twitter account to be a parody because of what was said. But it tells me that the commissioner process is being weaponized by the councillor, and for that, I'm not in the position to offer a meaningful apology. Instead, I will offer an apology to council for how much time and energy this vexatious complaint has caused, and for that I am really sorry. However, especially since the issue could have been resolved with an email from the city solicitor or clerk a year ago, I think that would have been a more effective approach to dealing with this concern. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, any member of council have a question? Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, I understand you intentionally replied and attached the report to city solicitor, city manager, city clerk, accidentally to council. My question is, why did you intentionally send it to city clerk, city solicitor, city manager through the chair?
So, again, you know, when I thought of who's in the realm of what is confidential, I assumed it would be them. That was an error. There were a number of matters in my initial complaint that I believed required further investigation, and I thought the process that the Integrity Commissioner followed was sloppy, to be pretty honest with you. There were issues related to the harassment of staff, the offering of dishonest apologies to the public, disrespecting residents at a homeless camp, suggesting in public and in council that some of our council colleagues were in a conflict of interest related to a development project, and having witnessed the Integrity Commissioner complaint from different sides, there's different standards of proof. What I found in the Commissioner's response was simply, in some cases, I don't have the time to go through this evidence. The video online was not effective, and so I just stopped watching it. And so I was concerned with that. And so really the intention was to suggest to the city solicitor that when it came time to considering who we appoint as an Integrity Commissioner, these factors should be considered.
Thank you. And then finally, paragraph 18 of the report, quote, I can accept the respondent's assertion that his disclosure may not have been intentional in relation to the other parties, though it was certainly careless, end quote. Wonder if you can respond to that sentence and elaborate on whether it rings true for how this occurred.
I'd have to go back to how it was structured, but it was a reply all or an accidental forwarding with, I think, the listserv at the time. So there's a listserv specifically for councils, and it's one email. And so I think, if I remember correctly, that was included on it. So I didn't want this to go to council. It actually had nothing to do with what was going to be their decision, but rather it was about my concerns about the process of investigation and the fact that the seriousness of the allegations, I argued, would require a little bit more interrogation. So I did not want to send this to council simply because it was not needed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so when I look at the recommendations from the alternate Integrity Commissioner, one of them is to provide Councillor Nelson with a written apology. You, I can't remember how many times we've discussed this now, but my recollection is that you did apologize and you did acknowledge the mistake that you made and regret already in forwarding this email inappropriately. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I think if you look through the report, there's a disagreement on whether or not I said that, and I'd certainly give it to Councillor Nelson to forget it. So if you recall, there was a point where we were both required to leave the room. I believe this might have been private session. We talked about this. She said, you know, I could have submitted this to the Integrity Commissioner. I said, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. I had concerns about the process, and that was that. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I wouldn't fault anybody for not recalling it. But, you know, it was something that we had discussed. And at that point, I think we had formed what I thought was a pretty important and healthy working relationship. And I think that has proven to be incorrect.
It's also my recollection that when we discussed this at Executive Committee that you apologized for making this mistake. Is that accurate?
I'll trust your memory on it, just to say a few things have happened in between then.
Okay, I think that's all I have for you specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. And just to follow up on your answer just now, your issue was with the Integrity Commissioner's report and investigation?
Correct, yeah.
When you hit reply all and added a document from a month earlier, were you not aware of who appoints the Integrity Commissioner? So if there was an issue with the Integrity Commissioner, who that would come to?
In terms of who would make the initial recommendation, no, I don't know how it works their way through the pipeline, but ultimately it comes to us. But it's not something that we go out as council and fish for someone to occupy that position. My assumption that the city clerk and the city solicitor would be involved in assessing who would be an effective integrity commissioner. So my presumption there would be those individuals and potentially the city manager would be the appropriate city staff who would be part of that decision-making before it came to council. Whether I'm right or wrong is another question, but that was my assumption at the time.
I'll follow up with the city clerk to determine. Have you ever made an error like this before in terms of matters discussed or issued in private?
Specific to council, because I've made many stupid reply all mistakes in my life. Are you like specific to council?
Mm-hmm.
Specific to the integrity commissioner?
Nope, specific to
If
private discussions of council that are intended to be in camera and therefore confidential.
I'd say really strongly no. The first lesson that we learned on council, certainly not intentionally, was a presentation by the city clerk. And I remember it vividly because there was an incident in Saskatoon where a councillor had, for whatever reason, disclosed a confidential report. And I remember the pain that caused both for the city administration and for those councillors, and so that was ingrained in my head. If I'm reflecting now on claims made about me, presumably about particular land deals or other issues, I'm not aware of any moment where I told members of the public or the media any questions. If this is specific to Viterra, if it's specific to the arena, what I find quite shocking is whenever the media called me about any of those issues, I was quite struck by how much they had already received and knew about those particular matters that were before council. The other thing I would say is, you know, for the public, there's so little that we actually deal with in private that there's really no reason to disclose those conversations. We do our business in public, and most of what we deal with in private comes to public within a week or two. So that's a long way of going around it again, but no, when things are dealt with in private, that's important that it stays there, especially if we're dealing with matters as sensitive as what was suggested.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Okay, thank you.
I'll now call on alternate Integrity Commissioner Randy Langard to answer any questions that council may have for him. Councillor Bandura, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Sitting here for quite a few years, I was kind of thinking about confidential stuff. Dealt here a long time. I'm kind of thinking about the box. City clerk, solicitor, city manager, council. Those are I understand within the procedure and the procedural bylaw, the city's acts and all that. It kind of throws me off that we do a lot of stuff here and we carry a lot of confidential stuff. I'm a little bit, I'm not confused, but I'm a little bit concerned the level that box, the folks that in that box deal with things, that would be a breach. I know the laws can be interpreted in a million different ways I mean, that's why we have you there.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And that's the way the bylaw is structured. In a case like this, where there's been a report dealing with allegations that were found to be unsubstantiated, I think the intention is to restrict the distribution of that report as much as possible, because for the very reason that the allegations have not been substantiated. Of question is, why would you want a report like that to be spread around? And people might draw an inference from a report like that in fact the counselor did do something wrong, when in fact they didn't. So, I mean, that's kind of, I think, the thinking behind the way that the bylaw is currently written, is to restrict the distribution of that kind of a report as much as possible. In fact, limit it only to the complainant and the respondent, and no further than that. And I think that's the way the bylaw is written, and I think it makes sense. But I hear what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, it's just, so when you look at the business we do, right, and there's a lot of things that we could, so my next question would be is that as comments, the answers came from saying that this, what we're dealing right now, it's actually putting more of a stain on, as a council and administration or however, than actually would have been done within a private. I mean, you didn't mention that you'd have a good discussion with both.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And could have, for your part, because I mean, there's different ways of advice, given advice, or are you, as a commissioner, integrity, are you in that position? I mean, I have to lead more, to give advice to say, maybe you should just do this, and...
I mean, one of the responsibilities I have in doing an investigation like this is to explore the possibility of resolving it.
Okay.
And so it doesn't go any further. And I did try to do that in this case.
Okay.
And but the parties were not together in terms of how that might occur. The one idea that Councillor Stevens came up with, which is a good idea in many cases, is a type of mediation to resolve the problem. But that wasn't possible in this particular case. In other cases, it might be possible, but not in this case. So from my perspective, I'm left with no alternative but to follow through on the investigation and make a report to you, which is what I've done.
Okay. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you, Mayor.
Rivera. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Hi, I do have maybe just one question. So, you know, I've heard some questions and discussion about confidentiality in general, but just to clarify, what we are dealing with is one specific event, not questions of confidentiality in general on council.
Yeah,
Is
you're
that
right.
accurate?
You're right about that. We're just dealing with this particular allegation that related to disclosure of a report from by the Integrity Commissioner that was confidential, and nothing more than that.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here all day. What is, you indicated in response to Councillor Findura's question that mediation was not, did not work, or what was your wording and why
Well,
was it
there wasn't a
not
willingness
possible?
to participate in that kind of a process.
From who?
The complainant. She didn't
So-
feel that that was the right course of action in this particular case.
Where does, I guess, human error come into play in this?
Are you asking me if there was human error?
No, I'm asking you, as the Integrity Commissioner, and you're analyzing.
Well,
where
people
does-
do make mistakes, for sure. They do make mistakes, and sometimes the mistakes can have some very negative consequences, which in a case like this is possible. If a report like this gets out to the general public, it could have very damaging effect on the individual involved.
Thank you. One of the things that, first of all, I'd like to know your time. Do you know what the cost was for your time in doing this?
City clerk had asked me that prior to the last meeting, and at that time I advised him it was $7,500 plus GST. That was my estimate at that time.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I guess just in regards to your experience in doing this for many years, you as being a previous city councillor, how does one move forward from this when you have two councillors? We already had one previous integrity commissioner involved in one, and now another one coming back in. So where does this end?
Yeah, it's about closure, I think. It's trying to find whatever it takes to close the issue off so that you can move on and learn from it. And I mean, and one always hopes that, you know, once you do finalize the report and recommendations, whatever they're going to be, that parties will accept that resolution, bury the axe, as the saying goes, and move on from there. And with the background being that it's really, I mean, you're all here because you want to do the right thing for the city of Regina. I mean, that's what it's all about. And when that's kind of a greater objective, I think, and that you try to work towards that. So it means kind of putting differences aside, trying to work for that greater good. And that's what I think it's all about. So I'm hopeful that can happen here.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Langard, when we all came into office in 2020, or some of you folks got reelected, do you remember doing our training?
I do.
Would you have shared at that time about the confidentiality?
Yeah, I did.
Do you feel like maybe we should take training again?
I think a refresher at some point would be in order. Whether it's, with the term of this council is probably another year from now, I guess. Whether it's within that time frame or the beginning of the next council, that's a question to be resolved. But yeah, I do think it's important.
You heard both the complainant and the respondent reference other confidentiality breaches, leak memos, what have you. What, not specific to Councillor Stevens, but what happens according to the Code of Ethics bylaw if there's another breach of confidentiality found?
Well, yeah, there was discussion about other instances of different things happening, but in my investigation, I paid no attention to that. It's not concrete, it's not in writing, it's not in the form of a complaint, so I don't pay any attention to that. I'd like to look at the report, the complaint in front of me, and deal with the issues that are presented to me. And so it's really hard to, I think you should ignore that sort of thing in deciding how to resolve this particular report.
Agreed, sir. Actually, where I was going with it was another integrity commissioner complaint comes forward. The existing Code of Ethics bylaw as it exists, and I'll go here. You've heard Councillor Nelson would like a written apology, and Councillor Stevens said he already gave her a verbal one. So if you throw that out, and regardless of how council votes, censure, but then the next complaint comes forward, like what are your thoughts on the Code of Ethics bylaw as it exists for the city of Regina?
Well, I think it needs some work. I think that's been talked about quite a bit, actually. The idea of taking a look at a second generation Code of Ethics, which I know the administration has done a lot of work on. Taking a look at that and finding a way of trying to come up with a process for deciding what the new bylaw should look like. I think it's important to talk about the different ways you could go about doing that. But I think reviewing it and taking a look at some of the provisions you currently have in the code regarding sanctions and whether they're adequate or not would be helpful too. You're fairly limited in terms of what you can do under the existing bylaw. I think the provincial enactment would allow you to go a step further if you wanted to pursue that. So that's something you might want to take a look at.
Do you have any advice for council? I know you have 2 recommendations in there. Do you have any advice for council if, and again, I'll go back to the written apology, if it doesn't want to happen?
Yeah, it's made my report March 30th, and at that time, what I had to deal with was the 2 conflicting statements on whether that apology had in fact occurred or not. And since that time, I think, Councillor Stevens is maybe saying that he has apologized in open council to some extent or another. And I guess the question you might ask yourself is whether that's sufficient in these circumstances or whether a written apology is necessary. That'd be a fair question for you to consider, I think.
I had asked a question about who appoints the integrity commissioner. In terms of internal personnel here at the city, who did you have contact with when you were interviewed for the position of integrity commissioner here at the city of Regina?
Oh, city solicitor, city clerk.
Okay, thank you. Just to make a comment in terms of open council, other than what you heard today, this is the first time this has been heard in public, so.
Sorry, can you question? I can't quite
I had asked you about the apology, and you said that there was some mention of an apology in open council, and this is the first time this has been heard in public, so
Right.
what you heard today would be
Right,
the extent of it.
right, that's true.
Do you have any other thoughts on the investigation itself?
Not really. I think everything's in my report.
It's a very well-written report, very much appreciate it. I see no further questions from council. I'll ask you to return to the
Thank you.
gallery. Thank you, sir. Yeah, may I have a mover for the report with a revision of the wording of the recommendation in the report? Recommendation in the report as follows, that City Council adopt the findings of the alternate Integrity Commissioner's investigation report, REG 23-02, dated March 30th, 2023, which found that Councillor Andrew Stevens contravened subsection 27.2 of bylaw 2017-4, the Code of Ethics bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report. And there's a mover on adopt the following recommendations of the alternate integrity commissioner to A, censure or reprimand Councillor Andrew Stevens for disclosing the confidential report, and B, request Councillor Andrew Stevens to provide Councillor Nelson with a written apology with respect to the matter under investigation. I need a mover on the report before it could be amended. Adopt the following recommendations. Oh, so, sorry, I just need a motion on the floor to adopt the findings of the alternate integrity commissioner's investigative report. Thank you. Seconded by Councilor Bresciani. Okay. Why don't we leave it at that? Why don't we separate them out? Because if I get the indication that instead of adopting the following recommendations. So, in terms of the motion on the floor, it would be adopt the findings of the integrity commissioner's report. Does anybody have any comment on the report itself, or would you like to just receive and file it right now? We got a motion to adopt it. All right. Let's vote on this piece of it. Yeah. I apologize. What's in my script, folks, is not what's in your report. So in terms of the recommendations relative to the report, essentially, we're just adopting the report first, and then we'll deal with the recommendations of 1 or 2, as the case may be. Does that make sense? Okay, and I got a seconder in Councilor Bresciani. Any opposed? All right, it's his report. And then the recommendations before you, can I get a mover on the alternate integrity commissioner recommends at city council? There are other options in there. I think Councilor LeBlanc, you had a...
Yeah, I would move option 2 of that report. Impose no sanction.
So option 2 is impose no sanctions, censure, or corrective actions. Councilor LeBlanc needs a seconder. Councilor Sakidniak. There you go. Councilor LeBlanc, please go ahead. You're a mover.
Thank you. I think it's plain from the alternate integrity commissioner's report, and he was very forthright today that this is something of a technical breach. Paragraph 18, he says, it wasn't clear, it's not obvious that Councillor Stevens, intended to send this to other members of council. There's no finding of bad faith. He was at least careless. I think that's strong language about a lack of diligence in reply all. I think Councillor Stevens has acknowledged that. And I think 2 things, I suppose. One is, I suspect Councillor Stevens is now very careful with the reply all function on his email. So this is less likely to come up in the future. And the second is, I think to Councillor Findura's implied point at least is, as far as breaches of confidentiality go, sharing with the city manager, city clerk, and city solicitor is pretty tame. I think we heard the alternate integrity commissioner rightly say the main person he spoke to in being retained on this job was the city solicitor, city manager, and city clerk. I think to Councillor Findura's implied point in the question, those folks are usually thought to be within the sort of cone of silence. And so as far as the intentional portion of that breach goes, which Councillor Stevens indicates he didn't think was offside the rules, that's pretty tame. I think what we have here is a minor breach. It makes sense to say he's acknowledged he ought not to have sent reply all. He's indicated he's not inclined to write a written apology today. I think that means no censure is required, and the written apology wouldn't have much, if any, weight. So I'm inclined that we put this behind us, acknowledge what Councillor Stevens has said in public and the alternate integrity commissioner was indicated, which is he shouldn't have done it. He agrees, we agree, let's put it behind us and adopt option 2. I think enough has been said on this, so I'll leave it there for the initial debate.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Findura.
So this is on the, on your motion, on your moving number 2, right? Right, yeah. Okay, in general, I asked those questions of the commissioner, just kind of exhaling or however you want to put it, is I think what's happening here in public, it's not going to change with, well, first I'm going to say I think Councillor Stevens, in my opinion, when this is council, public, he apologized. I think that's going to carry a larger weight than the letter. I think we need to, as I said before, put this behind us. We need to work as a team here, and this is definitely not helping us to work as a team. And if this was, so I asked the question, if this would have done, if the two would have accepted at that point, say just let's leave it where it is. I'm not saying to bring out to the public and finish it and continue working with us, would have been probably much beneficial if there's any kind of embarrassment or any kind of things that went out to the public or thinking that went out to the public, would have been done there, we were moved on. So I feel is that I work well with both councillors, all the council. We come in with one vote, we're individual, we have independent thought. And I think we need to start moving forward and getting back into respecting each other for what we do, how we think, what we think. And I feel that, yeah, we have to be respectful of each other and how we deal with that. If we make mistakes, I mean, yeah, one is okay, but if they follow up, then that's different. So I would say that I will support option 2. I think there's enough done already to, let's say, put, if you want to say if in barriers or however, in a public already, it's done. I don't think we can do any more going forward. We're going to do much more damage to ourselves than what it actually is. So I will support 2. It's done. I want to move on. I don't want to deal with this anymore. We've got many, many other issues to deal with that are more important. I know this is important, don't take me wrong, but I will support option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Kidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I also support option 2, impose no sanctions, censure, or corrective actions. And here's for the reasons already mentioned. But I also, I've heard an apology. We heard today an acknowledgement of the mistakes made. There was a desire from Councillor Stevens to withdraw his initial complaint. There was a desire from him to participate in mediation. I believe we've heard an acknowledgement of the mistakes, and so I think that was, based on my read of the report, what is ultimately being asked for. But I also want to treat, we've had 2 integrity commissioner reports now about the same situation, but a different perspective. And so I also think it's fair to treat them both equally. When initially, the last integrity commissioner report, what we heard was an apology from Councillor Nelson. And so I think it's fair that, it was a verbal apology and acknowledgement of an error of something that should not have happened. We've heard the same thing from Councillor Stevens. I think that is fair. It is my interest to treat these both the same as much as possible. And so I think that's the fair way to move forward, to deal with this. And I agree that we should get back. I don't think any of us, including residents of Regina, want to hear us continue to talk about internal conflict. So I think we should move on with the business that we were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kidniak. I have a couple questions for City Solicitor and City Clerk. There was an assessment of the complaint, the REG 23-02, an appointment of alternate integrity commissioner, laid out here pursuant to the subsection 24.3 of the Code of Ethics bylaw. City Solicitor and City Clerk's view that this complaint should be investigated, whereby which you appointed Mr. Randy Langard to undertake an investigation and determine the member had violated. Can you just explain why you felt the complaint should be investigated at the outset?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll take this as Mr. Wary is away. Basically, the read of the bylaw was very clear to both Mr. Wary and I. Again, we did not read it, put any motives attached to it or anything like that. We read simply that confidentiality had been breached. To us, it was very straightforward that based on the email and how it had been distributed outside of where it should have gone, that it was very clear in our opinion that it needed to be investigated. We weren't drawing any conclusions as to motive or why it happened, just simply that it appeared on the surface that it had been a breach.
Mr. Clerk, were you present at Council's training about the Code of Ethics bylaw?
Yes, Mayor Masters, my office would have been largely the construction agent of that briefing, and we would have been asking the Integrity Commissioner to be part of the orientation and onboarding.
Do you think the matter of complaints being confidential was touched on sufficiently?
It's, through you, Mayor, it's difficult for me to say how much council members absorbed because they were receiving a lot of information that day. Having said that, I think from my own personal perspective, it remains one of the most important areas for any member, new or returning, to fully understand and internalize, keeping in mind that it isn't always the most topical or fun thing to talk about, but it is very important. And I think Mr. Langard made a good point that a refresher is not a bad thing to consider.
Okay, well, you may be requested to do that. I think along Councillor Zakidniak's line of treating the same. I think last time we had the Integrity Commissioner report, I voted that, yeah, I actually think there should be, in that case, training or apology, and it turns out in that case that Councillor Nelson had already apologized months earlier to Councillor Zakidniak. She attended training and she did outreach. I didn't hear the same, so maybe if all of council goes back to training, we can arrange something like that in terms of behaving the same. I think that we might want to also review or have some discussion, council at executive and private, about revisiting the Code of Ethics bylaws and ways in which we can improve them with all of our input present, I think. Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc, did you wish to close off debate?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Clerks, please call a vote on option 2.
Mayor Masters, the motion to adopt option 2 is passed in a vote of 7-1. Those voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Findura, Zakidniak, LeBlanc, and Mancinelli. The lone vote against was yours, Mayor Masters.
I am consistent if nothing else. Council, we have a mandated break, so we're going to break instead of 45 minutes. We'll break for half an hour if that's sufficient for you. Sorry, I have a move to adjournment. All those in favor of adjournment? Got 2. That's a no. Okay, we are going to recess for supper for 30 minutes and come back and do more important business, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, I believe I have quorum, and I got exec. Council, just without being clear on debate times, we're going to do CMHC Housing Accelerated Fund, CR 23-70 next, because we do have a deadline for application of this. So I'll wait till you find that. It was last on your agenda, or second last, I guess. Oh, and you're here. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Findura. We'll consider CR 23-70 CMHC Housing Accelerated Fund. Deputy Mayor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. Bring report CR 23-54. CMHC Housing Accelerated Fund. That executive recommends the City Council approve the action plan applied to CMHC Housing Accelerated Fund. 2, approve up to $1 million in advance to support the staffing and any short-term cost associated with the delivery of the initiative. Administration needs council approval. Administration working on the application and needs to submit the action plan to CMHC by mid-June, so we don't have much time to continue with the funding process. Action plan supports council's strategic priorities of vibrant community and community safety and well-being. The action plan includes 11 initiatives, and they are in your report on page 6. Executive concurs with the recommendation. Executive seeks concurrence itself. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do have a few communications. We have communications on this item. The clerk will now read the as requested by the submitter, CP 23-33. City Clerk, please, with some emphasis.
Thank you, Mayor Masters, members of council. This is from Freya Marchuk, who is the operations manager for Northridge Development Corporation. She writes with respect to the CMHC Housing Accelerator Fund as follows. Northridge was contacted by the City of Regina to provide feedback on the proposed initiatives for the application to the Housing Accelerated Fund. In addition to the initiatives already included in the report, we wanted to take this opportunity to advocate for another program that would support affordable housing in the City of Regina. The Affordable Housing Capital Contribution Program is a valuable program that provided funding to assist first-time buyers in achieving home ownership. Our first experience with the Affordable Housing Capital Contribution Program was in 2014. In 2019-20, the program was then revised so that for-profit organizations were no longer eligible. We were able to utilize this program on 4 different projects for a total of 98 units. The city provided a capital contribution grant to purchasers, facilitated through Northridge, for each affordable housing unit sold under this program. These grants were to be put toward the down payment on the home, and there were no requirements for repayment. In conjunction with the grants, the capital grant program also provided a 5-year property tax exemption for each qualifying property. Saving for a down payment while paying rent and other bills while on a limited income can be next to impossible. This program allowed individuals and families who would otherwise not have been able to purchase their own home to not only own their own home, but own a brand new home. By providing a down payment and property tax exemption, it significantly reduced the hurdles many face when pursuing home ownership. For the City of Regina to be able to sustain growth, there needs to be housing available to support it. Home ownership is an important factor when our residents are choosing whether to remain in Regina or find opportunities elsewhere. As a side note, according to the CMHC portal, housing starts in Regina are approximately 80% rentals. We haven't seen this number so high or unbalanced before. If there is a time to support new homeowner project, it is now. We appreciate the opportunity to provide our feedback and thank you for your consideration. Regards, Freya Marchuk.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can I have a member of council move to receive and file the following communication, CP 23-33, which we just heard, as well as CP 23-34 from Stu Niebergall. Thank you, Councillor Findura, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll now consider, Deputy Mayor has already introduced the CMHC CMHC Accelerator Fund. Can I get a mover on the report, please? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I will just, would administration like to comment on the HAF? You good? All right, way to save time. The floor is now open. Any questions from members of council? This was debated at length at Executive Committee. Seeing none, I'm going to ask Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to comment, close the report? All right, clerk, please call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, Mayor Master, the motion passes 10-0 with all members voting in favor, as Councillor LeBlanc has signaled his vote by hand.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll call upon, in terms of tabled reports, we'll call upon Delegation 23-108, Ryan Johnson from the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, who will be appearing virtually with us for the 2022 annual report. Yep. Good afternoon, Ryan. Could you please, or good evening, Mr. Johnson. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, where you live? You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions we may have. Good evening.
President and CEO of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation from Moose Jaw. Good evening and thank you, Mayor Masters, members of City Council, City Administration, members of the general public. To start, I acknowledge that our facility and operations are located on Treaty 4 lands. I'm very pleased to present and report on the highlights of the corporation's operations for 2022. The corporation met all regulatory requirements and criteria for the production of safe drinking water and met all of its obligations under the unanimous membership agreement with the cities. The annual report, which also includes the water quality and compliance report, is required under our permit to operate. The audited financial statements, which are also included in the annual report, contains the corporation's finances on an accounting basis. The auditors provided an unqualified opinion, and while it may appear the corporation has an excess of revenues over expenses, it is important to mention that we are at the early stages of a major capital improvement project for $325 million and have to cash flow the entire project with reserves, water sales revenue, grants, and debt, and need to be able to account for this with our own means and not the cities. The amount of capital expense is only shown as an amortization of that expense, not the actual expense. Once the project's been completed, the revenues over expenses will decrease significantly. Financially, on a cash basis, the corporation had a small operating surplus of $81,000, or about 0.62%. The capital reserve was partially depleted by $16.2 million as planned to cover the cash flow for the plant renewal project. The capital water rate was developed to sustainably cover all costs for the corporation's capital needs. All capital projects were either completed or remain in progress in 2022. The corporation continues to follow both of its environmental and corporation strategic plans and is complementary with the City of Regina's energy and sustainability framework. The plant renewal project will reduce the corporation's carbon footprint by building to a LEED and Envision standards, using energy-efficient construction and retrofits with modern equipment, and we had advanced the 2.2 megawatt solar array system to be constructed in 2023. The plant renewal project was awarded at the end of May of 2022 with all financing in place. The construction commenced in June, and we had a groundbreaking ceremony in July. At the end of April, the project is progressing very well, and we're currently 10 months in and 25% completed with no unanticipated scope changes. Critical path items are on schedule, and no unforeseen cost increase nor unmitigated project risk have been found, and no major safety incidents. By the numbers, we have spent $78.6 million. The joint venture has 14 sub-trades on site. There are 180 people on the site for construction services. Over 257,000 hours of work have been completed, and the work has been broken down into 37 work packages. For works that have been completed, Train A extension is completed, Train B flocculation system has been rehabilitated, along with the first of 2 alum tanks. 2 of the 8 granular activated carbon contactors have been converted to biological, and the regeneration system for the GAC has been shut down for the final time after 38 years of operation. Currently under construction are 2 large summer lagoons, the administration chemical ozone facilities. Most underground work has been completed, and our first dissolved air flotation system is being commissioned as we speak and should be in operation as of today. The other 2 will be handed over in July and 2 more at the end of the year. Near future works would include the rehabilitation of 6 existing lagoons, erecting the steel frame for the facilities, demolition of the regeneration building, doing some bypasses between 2 of our clear wells, enclosing the ozone and DAF buildings, and handing over the train aid to the joint venture to complete work. The joint venture and corporation staff are working collaboratively during this new phase of work while allowing construction activities to proceed and the water treatment plant to operate as it continues with the work. There is a large presence of the joint venture staff compared to plant staff, and there is disruption to normal routines, but all groups are working well together. This project, once complete, will address the current risks, ensure the sustainability of the water treatment plant, provide resiliency to climate change, and be more environmentally sustainable, operate more efficiently, and meet the growth of demands within the region to the year 2050. I would encourage City Council to view our website to see time-lapse videos of the project, and these videos will be updated quarterly. And we also have plant tours available for City Council and administration upon request. And we would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. And are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Mr. Johnson. I have a question from Mr. Councillor Mancinelli for you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. I'm looking at the 23-24 rates approved on September 28th, 2022. And I'm just noticing, we've had a lot of talk about growth and catching up our infrastructure today. And one of the disclaimers at the bottom of the page reads, the water rates assume minimal growth outside the 2-year lagged water consumption forecast. And being that we've talked about growth today, I'm just wondering what the term minimal growth would be describing. What does that mean?
Thank you, through the chair. Our current, what the plant has seen for growth is about 1 megaliter per year based on the last 10 to 12 years. Now, it is, for us, it's very weather dependent. If it's a hot, dry year, we'll sell more water, we'll have a peak. If it's a cool, wet year, we'll be under that line. But on average, we've been increasing water sales for about 1 million liters per year on an average.
Okay. One more question, just going over the rates on the page. I noticed that there's a drop of almost 23% for a capital rate per megaliter and an 83% increase. Why the large turnarounds on that page?
I believe you're probably looking at what Sask water rate pays. So currently in our system, we have an agreement with Sask Water that sort of the details how Sask Water would pay for water, both on the operating water and the capital rate. That agreement needs to be revised because the old system was developed based on an era when the plant renewal project wasn't on the table and it wasn't being done. And we're actually unduly punishing Sask Water on our rates. So that is being corrected with an update to the water supply agreement to be more in line with the cities, and we'll be asking for like a 10% rate of return as opposed to charging them based on a formula that no longer makes sense. So that's why you'll sort of see that adjustment there, but that's only Sask Water that would see a decrease in the one area. Then we'd also have an increase on the water rate because we'd be adding a 10% surcharge to them.
Thanks. And one last question. The electrical rate per kilowatt hour, I noticed a 25% increase. I understand electricity in our province and how it's generated. I'm just wondering what steps are being taken to mitigate that expense looking forward with sustainability.
Excellent question to the chair. So the reason for such a large increase is we are adopting the Sask Power's subscription service. So what we're doing is actually all power that we're consuming as of January 1st of this year is green power, and that was about a 20% increase to our power cost. The other 5% is just the Sask Power had a rate increase for power. Where the power will go down is once the solar array system, which we accelerated this year, goes online, is we should see about 10% reduction in our power consumption, and that will start transferring through in future years.
Okay. And then I guess that goes forward and offsets carbon tax problems in the future, correct?
That's correct, yes. Once you have solar, there's other adjustments because, again, because we're buying green power now, we actually don't pay carbon tax, but it's factored into the premium we pay for power. And then over time, let me explain a little more detail. Right now, 100% of our power is green power and supplied with SAS Power. By the end of this year, 10% will be on-site generation from our solar array. 90% will be purchased from SAS Power, all green. In a few years' time, we'll be in a partnership with SAS Power to generate 25% of our power off-site. We'll have 10% power generation on-site, and then the other 65% will be purchased with SAS Power. So again, from now into the future, we'll always be using green power in our facility. It's just how it's being broken down. We'll have 10% on-site, 25% off-site, and their balance will be purchased with SAS Power's green program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Thanks. So you had mentioned in relation to the plant renewal project, building resiliency to climate change. Can you touch on that briefly?
Yeah. What we've been noticing with climate change is the change in the raw water quality of the lake. Our lake is very susceptible to runoff, so when we have high runoff that we did this spring, it completely impacts how the plant operates and the chemicals we use and things like that. With the plant renewal project, we're changing our treatment processes, so the raw water quality that changes will have no impact on how the plant can run. Right now, the plant is very vulnerable to temperature changes in the water, as well as just how much chemical we need to treat the water based on impacts from, again, runoff or moose or river backing up into the lake. With the DAP system, or dissolved air flotation, that we're just commissioning today, that eliminates those as being issues. So the plant can run more stable, and as the impacts to the lake continue, the plant will be able to address that and continue operating.
Okay. And in relation to the past couple of weeks, we've had a series of heavy rainstorms. I believe that sort of pattern is projected to continue in the future. So is that also something, you had mentioned the lake and the changes in the lake and how the plant will be more resilient to that. Is that also considered in terms of the continued prevalence of heavy rainstorms? Will that is also considered in the design of the renewal project?
That is correct. And some of the works occurred in advance. When we added the backup generators so that if we lose power, we can run the main plant or we can run the lake, and we also have a new transmission line in between the two, that we can move power around as well. So the severity of storms with the runoff will not concern us with the plant renewal project. And because we now have backup power, we're less concerned about severity of storms where we may have like a tornado or other like a plow wind, because we'll still be able to produce water where before 2019 that's possible. So we've already started some of the works with our upgrade project.
Okay, and finally, I'm certainly interested in a tour. What do I do to make that happen, or is that something that you could offer all of council?
Yeah, all of council is invited. What I'll do is through the city clerk is I'll send an email out and we'll schedule a day or two that majority of council can make it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Johnson, I always ask that question. I think Councillor Zayedniak asked about the lake and efficiencies and all that. I'm noticing that the water levels in Diefenbaker and in probably Buffalo Pond are very low. Is that going to change your plans going forward, how you deal with, let's say, environment, dealing with efficiencies and all that? And the second part of that question would be, do you have any further agreements or how that works with the SAS Water to allow more, when the lakes rise, more water coming in from Diefenbaker to kind of flush out some of the LGUs, whatever you're working with there? Mayor?
Okay, thank you through the mayor. So lake levels are controlled by Water Security Agency, and they're pretty good about maintaining the Buffalo Pond Lake within a couple of centimeters. So currently, the Buffalo Pond Lake is basically where we want it. Because there's been so much runoff, the province was flushing the lake. They dropped the lake level down in advance of the rainfalls and the ice melt and runoff. But they basically will bring the water right back up to the service level. And our lake is so shallow, it's not hard to bring the lake back up to service level. So Buffalo Pond Lake is fine as it is. Diefenbaker is controlled based on the runoff and how Water Security Agency decides to put water. Generally speaking, about 97% of the water goes up to Saskatoon. About 3% goes through our the lower Capel or the upper Capel into Buffalo Pond Lake. When it comes to anything related to selling water or again how the water is distributed through Water Security Agency, and again we have constant contact with them to ensure that the water we can meet our water needs, and they do that in the long-term forecasting.
Great, thank you. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question on fluoride. We know that we did approve fluoride in the water. We know Moose Jaw's already doing it. I don't see it here when I look at the 2023, 2027 operating plan, or where is it listed? Through the chair.
Thank you through the chair. Fluoride, as the City of Regina is actually paying for that, it doesn't show up in our capital plan at all. What we're doing is we've asked the contractor and consulting teams to give us a price so we can revise pricing, and we'll continue working with City of Regina once we have that to scope it in as soon as the chemical building's completed, and then that work can proceed to put in the fluoride equipment for the city. We don't anticipate that to happen until 2025 just because the facility won't be quite ready until late 24, early 25, and then we still have to do the tendering to get the work done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Johnson, I see no further questions from council, so I'll thank you for tuning in and joining us this evening so we can get this passed. Appreciate your time, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. We'll now consider item CM 23-20, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2022 Annual Report. Deputy Mayor Fundura, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Okay, yeah, Mayor, this is a receive and file report. Talks about the water power treatment plant is established. It's like Mr. Johnson mentioned, it's a non-profit organization responsible for water for Moose Jaw and Regina. 74% is responsible for Regina and 26% for Moose Jaw. And the UMA, this report is presented to the City Council as information. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Council, could I have someone move the report with an amendment to replace Appendix A of the published report with Appendix A 2022 Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation Annual Report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from member of council? Councillor Hawkins as mover, did you wish to comment? No comment? Anyone else from council? All right. Do you want to close off debate when you didn't want to open debate? All right. Clerks, can you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the vote carries unanimously 10-0, with all members voting in favor, and again, Councillor LeBlanc voting by hand.
Thank you. Thank you to the clerks. Next up, we'll now consider motion 23-3, support for those raising young children. I'll call on Councillor Dan LeBlanc to introduce his motion.
Thank you. So thanks for allowing me and my prop to present the report. I introduced motion MN 22-3 and proposed that a new point 4 be added on Councillor Zahidniak's recommendation. I cleared this with the clerk and deputy clerk 2 weeks ago. It would be a point 4 that says that the report identifies and prioritizes recommendations and actions within the community safety and well-being plan that accomplish the objectives contained within this motion, comma, if possible in collaboration with Community Social Impact Regina. And the heart of the motion, you'll see it presented. Essentially, it looks to identify ways, hopefully tangible, concrete ways that the city can support those in the position my family's in, which is in raising young children. And what it asks for, in effect, is there's a point 1 that says consult with stakeholders, those who they think, those providing support to those raising young children, women's organizations, and the city's partners, including the library, community associations, REAL, and so on. Point 2 says come up with recommendations following those consultations, but specifically look to these 4 items. So the first of those is a summary of 4 things. A has 4 subsections. Essentially, what's the landscape for licensed daycare within the city of Regina? I think we saw a few weeks ago, and this is part of where it flows from, is there was debate about whether to approve expansion of an existing day home licensed daycare in Harbor Landing. I think admittedly it wasn't a great fit with the existing regulations, and some members of council were in the difficult position of voting against expansion of daycare. Everybody knows we need more daycare, but maybe that's not the ideal fit. So what's the landscape? What do we need to do? How do we go about it? So that's the first thing. Summary, where are we at? Under B, it's recommendations regarding regulations and or incentives to grow licensed nonprofit daycares. And I consulted with the YWCA on this, and they'd added in this sub-I, which is in making the recommendations on how to improve, pay particular attention to the needs of caregivers who work non-traditional hours, like city councilors, who's going to watch my kid after 5 p.m. And of course, there are people who work shift work far greater than city council. So who watches those kids, and can we do anything about it? C is with respect to city-owned facilities, and there's some concrete things to look into. And part of this really flows from last year in the budget deliberations we passed unanimously to expand the hours on city pools from opening at 10 a.m. to opening at 8 a.m., figuring if you have the resources, use them, and people are looking for stuff to do. So one of the questions is, should we open relevant buildings like arenas, pools, libraries earlier than we currently do, especially on weekends when kids might not have daycare? Should we adopt things like drop-in programming? So if you're going to the gym or the library as an adult, is it worthwhile? Is there a way we can make it work where you can have your kid at a drop-in daycare while you work out for an hour? I've experienced that personally in Canmore. The system works great and allows parents with caregiving responsibilities to get out. And then similarly, things like, can we get more family washrooms? If not, can we get those only in specific buildings? So hopefully it's quite concrete things that we can do within city buildings, either existing or new builds. And then finally, under D to canvas, can we follow what Chapters and Indigo does and have specific designated parking for people who have to carry toddlers around, in addition to the already important designated parking we have? 3 is young children means 8 and under, pay particular attention to groups who haven't often been consulted, and take account of people raising kids outside of their nuclear family. So what I'm aiming to do here is essentially 2 things. One is canvas quickly best practices. What can we do to support people raising young children? I think the city took an important step when we decided to become an age-friendly city. That's been disproportionately aimed at how do we support seniors and those aging in the city. That's very important. But age-friendly also means how do you support people who are 2 years old and those raising them. I think that's an important consideration. The second and last point I'd make is simply, I don't think this needs to be rocket science. I'm hopeful this would not incur too much staff time. I think specifically staff could simply respond to the concrete recommendations here and perhaps also go to a library during toddler hour when they have story time, or a pool when there's swimming lessons, and just talk to parents there. I suspect you'd hear a lot of good concrete ideas. And then finally, the hope is that it comes back this year in November for recommendations. And the hope is if there's anything tangible and financially responsible to do, maybe we have a discussion about it in budget this year. But there's no money associated with the report. It's just about staff time. And hopefully we can support parents and those raising kids in a time that can otherwise be challenging to find activity. So hopeful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor LeBlanc requires a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from members on the motion? Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. Maybe just a few points as to why I decided to endorse the motion. We've talked a lot about the need to bring and draw people to the city, to keep younger people here. It's worth reflecting on the fact that Regina versus the national average is actually quite young. I think the average population age here is 39, roughly 2 kids per family. If you look at some of the more recent census data, there's about 37,000 residents who occupy a single or dual parent family that could benefit from this. There's about 42,000 young children. I think the motion itself integrates very nicely with a lot of work that's already underway. I imagine glancing at this motion by administration would overwhelm them in terms of the scope of work. But I think, as Councillor LeBlanc had mentioned, that much of this actually integrates in some of the tasks already underway, and it can really emphasize the importance that we as a council and as a city place on different family structures and young people in an effort to actually keep them in our community. It's also worth reflecting on the vision statement of Regina being an inclusive and welcoming space. And I think this is really a list that can benefit the design and implementation of services, infrastructure design, and so on, that in some cases we deal with on an ad hoc basis. So I'm hopeful that we can get council support. Certainly aligns with things that us as individuals have advocated for. I'm pretty sure that most of us around this table at some point could have used these kinds of support. And I think the fourth point that's been added here in terms of alignment with the community safety and well-being plan is spot on. So I'm hopeful that we can advance this and get some work done. And I think administration will probably come back in the near future if this passes and showcase some of the work that's already happening or has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you. I guess, first of all, I just wanted to ask a couple questions of administration in terms of this. The request is for the report to come, that something would come back in November. So the first question, I guess, is about the timeline, but also in response to Councillor LeBlanc saying that there may be a lot of this, and Councillor Stevens also said that a lot of this work might already be underway, or that there might be some things. So I just sort of want to get a sense of a response from administration in terms of how this can be taken, and would we be able to get it back by November through the chair?
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Who would like to take it? Who does? We don't. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the mayor, I think I'll just start saying broadly, I don't know what to call this other than like a monster-sized motion. So to have it come back for November, probably not likely. I think also generally, administration is not resourced to do much of this work that's contained in the notice of motion. I would also like to point out that significant portions of the ask do fall under the responsibility of the provincial government. So I even disagree, with the beginning of the motion that says that the city of Regina is well positioned to assist those raising young children with everything that it's being asked for, because there's stuff about early childhood education. There are asks in there that are not the responsibility currently of municipal government. There's also an ask in there a little bit to do with administration recommending what other stakeholder groups in our community should do. I would say that's not our role. We can facilitate, we can engage. We do not mandate what other stakeholder groups do. I would also say that there are so many asks in this motion that I cannot imagine that council would agree or disagree, frankly, with all of it. And I don't think that council wants to get into a situation where you are not clear on exactly what you are and aren't agreeing to. And then the very last thing I would say about this one is the title of it, Support for Those Raising Young Children. Although it might seem like a small thing, I would say it's misleading, although it would make a great headline. So it implies that the city does not currently offer support. I would say that the city does offer many amenities, programs, and services for children and their caregivers. So I would ask that notice of motions are named as objectively as possible, and to stay away from titles that lend themselves to provocative headlines. And I think we learned that through even like ending homelessness. Councillor LeBlanc, joked about having one prop, and I don't think we need the title as another prop. So I know that was a big answer for a simple question, but there's a lot in here, and I think having all of that done by the end of November would be a difficult ask, and we would have to reprioritize some of our other work.
So follow up through the chair. There are current consultations happening right now, like with the on accessibility, with the 2S LGBTQ plus community. Wouldn't some of this even fall under those kinds of consultations in terms of what we could be doing to support those raising young children? Like, it seems to me like that would be, some of those consultations are happening, and could we not just kind of include some more consultation around this question as well?
Again, through the chair, we can do as much consultation on as many things as council wants us to do, but I do ask for some discipline and some prioritization of what that is.
Okay. In terms of what the city already does, so another question through the chair is, I mean, when I looked at this, I do identify some things that I think that the city is already doing. Especially when it comes to city-owned facilities, I think there might be drop-in, but I don't know how extensive it is, because I recall seeing that. But there are some things that we are doing, so even if we, it seemed like the movers of the motion were quite flexible in terms of even having administration come back with some information about what we're already doing to kind of help inform this discussion. Is that something that would be doable then?
Well, through the mayor, that's one of the many asks in the notice of motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the discussions that we've had around an age-friendly Regina, and this was raised, is I recall that there were discussions that it wasn't just, even though we tend to see it as just seniors, that there was a lot of discussion that, no, this is for all ages. So I do see this kind of falling within that whole concept of an age-friendly city, that we ensure that no matter what age you are on if you're a senior or if you're a young person, that you have ability to be included in all aspects of city life. So anyways, I do think that that was what we heard from those that were advocating an age-friendly Regina. So anyways, I do see that this is a very large motion, but if there was a way to work with administration in getting some of this work done, I do really strongly support that. So I'd like to see how we could get to some kind of a yes on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakimiak.
Thank you. Okay, well, so I have some questions and comments. My first comment through the chair is, so the Councillor Stanachuk had asked about November, and the response was that that wouldn't be considered a reasonable timeline from administration. So what would you propose, like if this, as something that would be a more reasonable timeline?
Ms. Anderson?
Through the mayor, I would put it into 2024, and again, I would plead for council to look at every piece in that motion and ask if you want us prioritizing our time looking at initiatives that do not currently fall under municipal responsibility.
Okay, and so I might check in with the mover in a moment about the possibility of considering a different timeline. But although I understand that it is it's a lengthy motion, but what I also read it as is specific. So instead of just generally saying, we want you to figure out how to make life easier for those with young children, it's listing all the ways and people that could be engaged with. And so I think what has been done is some of the legwork to determine specifically how we could consider making improvements. And then I do see as part in the motion, point 2A lists a summary of what are the city's regulations and the ways that the city can contribute, ways that partners can contribute. But what I do see there is the possibility of clarity, if this passes, about here's what the city is responsible for and here's how the city can encourage partnership, but just some clarity, as mentioned, that could be given about what is inside the city's scope of power and what potentially is not. So I, and as noted, I had recommended the point 4 that's on that we can all see displayed right now, because I do see this work as being complementary to the work in the community safety and well-being plan. And if we can, in responding to this motion or any motion, prioritize plans that we've already approved that would contribute to a motion, then I see that as potentially being complementary. I also have young children. I have experienced, and these days I'm single parenting my young children these days. My husband is away. I've experienced ways that the city could be, improvements that could be made in the city, and I'm not saying they're all within the power of the city to improve, but I know that it is difficult in this day and age to raise young children, and I would welcome us looking into this and coming forward with a report on ways that we could either do it or encourage our community organizations to be part of that effort. So I understand the concerns. I guess in response to those, I'll ask the mover if he would be, the movers, if they'd be open to considering a different timeline than November, for a response on that.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Yeah, that's fine by me. I'd suggest Q2 of 2024, so a year from now.
Seconder? Oh, it's Councillor Sakiniak, it's you. You're the seconder.
Okay.
Are you okay with that? All right.
Okay, so, so with that change, and wanting to hear, like, in response to the concerns from administration, I hope that with that change, administration is able to take the time to do this work, because I do think it is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask the administration one question that I don't think they'll be able to answer. Can you give us any kind of estimate on what it would cost to fulfill the request in this to create the report that answers the request in this motion?
Through the chair, no. I mean, it's, like I said, it's a significant motion that would take significant administrative time.
This is a utopian motion. The city cannot be all things to all people. The city can help in many ways, can help with seniors, can help with children. We have recreation programs, we have playgrounds, we watch speed limits around schools. But we can't take over the responsibilities of all levels of government, or indeed many of the responsibilities of parents. I know it's not easy to raise children. Every member on this council has raised children. It's not easy this age, but I don't think it was easy in our parents' age or our grandparents' age either. To ask the administration to do this report is to create a monstrous obligation on them when they have a series of other reports that directly address municipal responsibilities that can only be fulfilled by municipal government. I think that if someone had a specific recommendation on a specific item that they felt was close to the operations of municipal government, they could mention that to the administration, inquire of them what was and not possible, and possibly bring that to council. But I know of no survey that backs this kind of request. I personally know of no parent that's asked for this whole suite of assistance. I think that much of this falls within the responsibility of the provincial government. Having listened to the debate today, I'm overwhelmed by the existing responsibilities of municipal government to provide expensive infrastructure, to help coordinate community services through the CSIR committee, and a variety of other obligations. So in opposing this, I'm not opposing children, but I'm just saying this is overreach. Even the request for a report like this is overreach. I'd ask council to consider the basic responsibilities that we were elected to serve. I'd ask council to be alert to areas in which we can serve children in closely related areas where we operate, like zoning. But to go into this kind of complete suite of activities is to require us to effectively set up a department of government to look after children from 0 to 18. I just don't think it's realistic. I won't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So, when I read the first little part of the motion, it says to make the city more livable and enjoyable for young children and those raising kids. You know, that the enjoyable, livable, and enjoyable for young children, we as a city have offered, and we still offer, many programs to the city that are so affordable. Many of the programs are free. I use Maple Leaf Pool as an example. Maple Leaf Pool was going to be kiboshed. Councillor Hawkins stood up and said, and it was a recommendation from administration, because it was going to be a pool that was going to be so close to Wascana Pool. Administration came forward and said, this pool should be closed down. And it was that council last term that said, no. This is here in the inner city, some of the most vulnerable kids, that is their safe haven. They get lunches. It's a place to swim and learn to swim. We kept it open and we built a brand new facility. I'm not sure if it's the only pool in the city that is free, but it's free. Wascana Pool is opening on Thursday. Most beautiful pool we'll have in all of Canada. Accessible, 10 out of 10. It's going to be amazing for young, old, senior, everybody. That's just recreation, but I know the many programs as well that we offer as a city are affordable. The concern I have with this motion is the fact that, well, I'll just step back. When I was elected, I think in 17 or 18, I was elected in 16, but in about 17 or 18, the daycares came forward. Councillor Stevens would remember this as well. We actually gave an incentive. I don't know how many municipalities give incentives to daycares, but we did it because they were struggling and needed to be kept open. So we are doing our part. The concern I have is that if we continue to take on more of the province's responsibilities, we will take that on financially too. And I honestly, in my heart, I think we do a great job right now. We could always do better, but we have to really be careful, because I'm going to say, when we talk about age friendly, as Councillor Stadnichuk said, that motion was looking at all ages. Yes, it was defining into seniors, but it is very clear it can be all ages, and it could be looked at as young children as well. But right now, we have so much on our plate. I think city administration is already doing this work. City staff is already doing this work. And with the things that we have laid out already in the past, and I think upcoming, city staff are already doing this work. I'm not interested in having daycare facilities at city facilities, just because, again, if somebody wants to come and open up one, with that entrepreneurial spirit, go for it. But it shouldn't be us that gets into business. We have jobs, and that job is to provide garbage, water, wastewater, police, fire. If we get too far down into the weeds, something else has to give. So I think, to the staff, they've done amazing work already with a lot of the things. And this motion is so grand, and I think, for me, I honestly believe that we are already doing a lot of great things within our city that are very affordable. So thank you, Councillor Blanc, for bringing this forward, but I will not be able to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I just have one remark or one concern that I would raise is this notion of dumping things into the community safety and well-being entity. Oh, how would I set that off? We agreed unanimously, actually, that the community safety and well-being CSIR would have 6 areas of focus. They just hired an executive director, an incredibly competent one, May 1st. And her purview is safety, racism and discrimination, domestic violence and intimate partner violence, substance use disorder, food security, and coordinated access to services. These are massive issues to try and address. Within the plan that was approved by council, there are short, mid, and long-term goals, downstream, upstream goals, and there is intervention in all of them as it relates to youth. But to add something else on and think it's no big deal, I think they will happen organically if there's recommendations that are reflected within this. Happy to share it with them. I think we can have Councillor Stanichuk share the motion with the Board of Directors, but I would not mandate it given that they should be free to the 6 areas of focus. It would be nice if they could actually focus on them without continuing to pile on additional research work and recommendations. And again, that may happen just organically. That's all I have to say about that. Councillor LeBlanc, you can close off debate.
Thank you. I appreciate the raised concerns about us getting outside of our wheelhouse. So I'm going to ask for that we vote separately on a few particular items about which that complaint cannot be credibly laid. So the first of those is 2B, recommendations regarding changes to implied city regulations and or incentives to result in the growth of licensed nonprofit childcare locations within the city. We already operate zoning regulations. We saw that come up with the Harbor Landing daycare. That's us restricting where licensed daycares can go. That's our wheelhouse. That's not pie in the sky. That's not utopia. Do we have those right or do we not? We already have incentives. Councillor Bresciani noted that. We give tax breaks to daycares. Should we continue doing that? Should we do more? Should we give it to others? Those are existing programs. Are we doing it right? Yes or no? That's not rocket science. I ask that we vote on 2B separately. 2C, another utopian idea, quote, with respect to city-owned facilities, A, B, C, D, E. My suggestion is when we're talking about buildings that we own, we control, we regulate, that is not pie in the sky to say, how can we operate our own buildings better? That's a ludicrous charge in my mind. So I ask that we vote on 2C separately. To Ms. Anderson's point, which I think is cogent, we're not going to tell the library what to do. We're not going to tell Real what to do. Great. Say so in the recommendation. The ask indicates whether the city and or its partners should operate a policy of X, Y, and Z. The report could simply state, we're not going to tell the library what to do, but in city-owned facilities, we will do X and Y because we own those buildings and we're responsible for them. Great. That's simple. So I would ask we vote on 2B separately, 2C with its subsections underneath separately. And finally, 2D with respect to parking. We have parking enforcement. We set parking rules. We collect parking meter change. Should we have certain designated parking spaces for those with young children? That's not provincial government. That's not federal government. Those are our streets, our parking spots. What should we designate those spaces to is not pie in the sky. I ask 2B, 2C, 2D separately. Those are plainly in city jurisdiction. This is where rubber hits the road. Will we look into canvassing ways to make things which are 110% our jurisdiction more family friendly? Yes or no? I think that's an open question. Finally, I would ask, given Mayor Masters raised concerns with respect to point 4, to what extent should we rope community social impact Regina on? Should we ask them? Sounds like maybe not. I would ask that we vote on point 4 separately also. But I think those raised to B through D are plainly in city jurisdiction, provide us with an opportunity to update and regulate what we're already doing, and see if there's a way for us to become more age-friendly by better supporting those raising young children, which, as the preamble notes, can be a tough time of life. Kids are busy, kids need things to do, the city owns a bunch of buildings, the city owns a bunch of parking spaces. Can we adopt those and adapt those to be more friendly, to cover the full range of life? I hope so, and I'm hopeful that we'll vote with it today. So with that, I'd seek your concurrence at least on 2B, C, and D, which are right within our wheelhouse, and easy, tangible changes, which are not monster proposals for administration, especially if they're responding by Q2 of 2024. I'd seek your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Procedurally, go ahead.
I'm going to ask you to rule that this has to be voted on as an organic whole. The motion is a global motion. And to start now parsing out different pieces of it destroys the global nature of the motion, destroys its meaning, in fact, which I think is inappropriate. This is a motion that should be voted on in its entirety.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I was having moments of, I'll confer with the clerk, but I was having moments where we'd have to go back and ask all the questions again of administration in terms of workload, because I'm not sure it limits the workload, but give me a minute. Councillor Hawkins, we have 3 people reviewing a procedure by law, and when a member so orders, it can be voted on separately. So I would just say, govern your votes accordingly. They will be voted on separately. There's 6 separate votes that are going to occur. Oh, sorry, 5 separate votes that are going to occur. Challenge?
That they worried about severability, and I'm saying that these aren't severable.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There's a challenge to the ruling that they can be severed, so we shall vote on the challenge as to whether or not they're severable.
Or you can do it either way, but it makes more sense to say, if you agree with the mayor's ruling, vote yes. If you agree with the challenge, keep it in the positive.
If you agree with the mayor's ruling, you would vote yes. If you disagree with my ruling, you would vote no.
So challenge the chair. What did he say?
I can't agree.
And then bam! All right, go ahead.
Mayor Masters, your ruling has failed in a vote of 4-6. Those voting in favor of your ruling were Councillors Findura, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. Those voting against the ruling were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself. The motion will be voted on in its entirety.
Please call the vote. Council, you're voting on the motion 23-3 in its entirety.
Mayor motion, the motion fails in a vote of 4-6. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Stevens, and LeBlanc. Those voting against the motion, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself.
Councillor, we have two small items that will take all of 5 minutes. If you can hang with me for 5 minutes. We'll consider item CR 23-68, 2023 Audit and Finance Committee meeting dates. Councillor Mancinelli, can I ask you to please introduce the report?
Sure. We discussed this at the inaugural meeting of the committee. When we looked at it, it included 2 more appointments for the same day. A couple of people thought that was more than the commitment they could bear, but that was corrected. Everyone agreed with the dates and said it was good to go.
Thanks very much. Can I have a mover on the dates for the A&F committee? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Any questions from Councillor Zakidniak?
So I do have a question that I'd forgotten to ask with the previous report from Audit and Finance, which is, so I identified the concern that, these reports came from June 1st and then got added to the agenda with not a lot of notice in case folks from the public wish to come speak to any of those reports. Is this the process that will be followed moving forward? How can we ensure that the public has enough notice should they wish to comment on a report from the Audit and Finance Committee?
Thank you, Councillor Skinny. I'm going to have Councillor, the Chief, Mr. Nicol respond.
Thank you, Mayor. This particular reports, or the reports that came from Audit and Finance, were the result of the committee having been established only very recently, its membership only having been established very recently, and some very time-sensitive matters before the committee, including the annual debt report, which talked about, as Mr. Lacey mentioned in his comments, can sometimes take 2 to 3 months for the municipal board to rule on. So there was, public notice was given, that was appropriate. Going in the future, it would be the intention, of course, with well planning and the calendar dates that you're considering be set ahead of schedule, that those matters would be coming, they would be much more notice given to the public when it is hitting council, and it could also be going to executive committee and public session if there was not private information first. But we'll be working to get to ensure that the public has more time. But this was a unique and extraordinary circumstance, and that's why.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidiak. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, does the mover want to close off debate? Gosh, I hope not. Okay, clerks, can you call, any opposed to the dates that are in this motion? Thank you. Carried. And finally, we just have one final matter. I'll call on Councillor Bob Hawkins to read notice of motion MN 23-4, consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore be it resolved that City Council, 1, adopt a consent agenda format to govern all of its council and committee meetings. 2, adopt the consent agenda model used by the City of Saskatoon, and I'd add, or other similar models, to conduct its municipal business. And 3, direct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to amend the procedural bylaw 9004 to include provisions for a consent agenda that models on the City of Saskatoon's consent agenda or other similar models outlined in their bylaw, being in the bylaw cited there, to be brought forward to the meeting of the City Council following approval of the recommendations by Council, and to allow sufficient time for advertising for the required public notice bylaw.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. All questions, discussions are held until the June 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. As it relates to that, Councillor Hawkins has moved adjournment. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak, second. Any opposed? I didn't think so. Thanks. I know I was ignoring you on that one. So adjourned. Thank you, Council, for sticking it out to get it done.